What's going on, everybody? Just getting everything fired up here. What's going on? How's everybody? Alright. Picking up right where we left off, which was just in front of the Gray Garrison. Want to make sure everybody can hear me real quick, so... Alright. What's going on, DeForal? Okay, so all we have to do is head straight to the Great Garrison, since that's where we left off. But I want to make sure everybody's squared away first. Yes, this is what I was looking for. Making sure everybody's spell slots are sorted out before we go. Alright, now we rest to get their spell slots and we'll be headed alright. DeForal says, doing alright. Missed the previous stream, but glad to join this one. Hey, you're always welcome. That's why I load up the VODs of all of them like straight to YouTube like immediately afterwards, so nobody really misses anything, you know. All right. Now that we're all rested up, we are headed out to the Gray Garrison. Sean Gilbert says, hello, sir. Your videos convinced me to buy the game. Thank you for that. Been running a Spell Dancer Magus. Loving it. Yeah, Magus is a fun class. That's one of the more fun ones, honestly. Dan Carpenter says, I'm impressed how quickly they came out with patch after patch. Yeah, they've been really focusing on trying to get some of those bugs under control pretty quickly. Like, the game hasn't even been out for a month yet, and they've already released, like, 5 separate full patches for the bugs. Okay. So, before we move forward, we're going to buff everybody.
I'll watch your back. Require my unbiased opinion?
Okay, then we can get our haste buff from the knights here. Uriel says, yo, what's going on? Alright, so there's our haste buff. Now we quickly move through some stuff. There should be... Yeah, there should be a trap here somewhere. Okay. Let me run over here to undo said trap. I really appreciate how much they make you run around to undo all the traps in this room. I mean, if you have the haste, it's not so bad, but still. Alright, then we run back, undo this trap, and then we can get into that other room, which we want to do because we get a small quest to return Irabeth's family scabbard that she had to pawn. Come on, man.
I hate the voice of the spirits.
Why don't you have hold on?
Together, we prove I am the best.
We'll make things right. Anything new?
One of my characters just randomly had hold position on. That was odd. Alright. Now we're looting. Dan says he wishes Pathfinder had a class like the Kinsire Sword Saint from BG2. I mean, there is a Sword Saint archetype. Offhand, I don't remember exactly what the one from BG2 is, but they do literally have an archetype called Sword Saint. Singha donated $5 and said, "You better win." Yeah, fair enough. I will do my best. Isn't the Eldori class kind of like that? Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. There are classes similar, but, you know, it's easy to miss them with how many classes there are in Pathfinder. Okay, we get dumped directly into a fight here. Okay, so we're going to turn off our infusions for... No, we can't even use bleed. We're going to turn off our infusions for a second so I can just hit one of these guys with my regular action, which, yeah, should be more than enough to kill them still. Alright, then we pass to Sela. She's going to charge. I don't think she can get to that guy. We'll go get this dude. Ninio. Just going to have you magic missiles that guy. I can't Burning Arc any of them because none of them are close enough. But we'll have Ember, Scorching Ray. Oh, no, she only had the move, so she couldn't do both. Our horse will charge. Oh, wow, just killed that wizard in one hit with our horse. I forget on normal, the wizards only have like 6 HP. And it's kind of hilarious, to be honest. But Camilla, we'll walk her over to him. There's the cultist dead. And last but not least, our sharpshooter. Oh, wow. He had more health than I thought he would. Alright. Now, I think I missed. We'll turn bleeding off and turn empowered on. Mercedes says, is there a prize pool for winning? Not that I'm aware of. I gotta be honest with you. They just, so Owlcat reached out a few weeks back, actually, before the game even launched. And they were like, hey, when the game launches, we're thinking about holding this competition. And would you be interested in participating? I was like, yeah, sure, that sounds like a good time. And then I didn't even hear about the rules until like a week ago. So like, if there is any kind of prize at all, I am not aware of it. I mean, there might be, who knows, but truth be told, if there is a reward, I have no idea what it is. I'm in this for love of the game. Alright, so there's 2 Vermalex right up here. We'll stealth forward.
No time for debates.
You should have run.
Wow, just exploded that guy. So that's why I love... Kineticists in Act 1 are ridiculous. We just did 50 damage to something in Act 1. I love that. Which isn't, like, unreasonable. There's plenty of classes that can do that, but Kineticists are a blast, is my point. I'm going to have her just slumber him. Nah, it didn't work. But he's pretty much going to die anyway. Yeah, as I say, I'd be surprised if Winduog didn't kill him with her 3 attacks. Alright, pull everybody out of stealth. Nicholas said prizes to be a living legend. Mercia says the reward is the friends we made along the way. Yeah, that would require me to be a social boy. So, I don't know, in my personal life, I am not a talker. Like, they set up a Discord and everything for the, like, everyone participating so we could do, like, the streams and stuff. But, like, I don't know, I'm not super talkative in my personal life, which is hilarious, because this YouTube channel is basically me talking all the time. But, like, if you were to meet me in person, I'm not a chatterbox at all.
One with the shadows.
I refuse to accept their statement.
Okay. So we're going to have him just attack that guy. Now our pet here, this is our low-level pet. If you guys remember, we have a pet through our ranger class, but it's only going to be like level 2 for a couple levels. That horse looks weird. Yeah, it's using a unique skin, so. Alright, Winduog. I don't know that she can reach that guy. I try to kill the evoker and the wizard. Yeah, the evoker and the sharpshooter over here on the side as quickly as I can. Because evokers aren't, yeah, because he'll hit me with burning arc and he'll hit like 3 or 4 people with it. Didn't do much damage, luckily. But on core difficulty, that guy sucks. Nice. And our horse is doing work for some reason. Jeez. Okay, so we're actually going to do exactly what that evoker just did and hit him with burning arc. Alright, and then Camilla, we'll have her jump up here and hopefully, yeah, finish that guy off. Ninio, we're just going to have her auto attack the sharpshooter because he's almost dead. I don't think she's going to, yeah, she's not going to have quite enough room to do that. Okay, and then I would have to move, so I can't, we might be able to, yeah, we're going to extended range blast that evoker. That's why I like extended range, by the way. A lot of people like tell me you should get a different infusion for that early level, but it's like, I don't know, man. Extended range lets you hit a lot of stuff like every turn. Alright, there we go. Do I recommend playing with shared XP on or off in general? It depends. Like, it's not necessary to play with it on by any means. Like, you're gonna get more than enough experience if that's your concern. And if you have it turned on, or you'd have it turned off or whatever, like you can, in theory, yes, get a few extra levels. But I think people are overestimating the importance of doing that. I think, ironically enough, I think our horse killed more people in that fight than my actual party members did. Looted this place, but we got these cultists here. I hate, like, you have a couple different fights right here, and I hate it because, like, this hallway, like, it's hard to get an angle on these guys.
You are today's sacrifice.
We're just gonna have her auto attack.
Surrender or else.
Not that she has a great chance of hitting anything, but still. Turn that off, turn our empowered off, and hit the wizard with a regular blast. Which the wizards only have like 6 health, so just an unbuffed blast is more than enough to kill them. Oh, hold on guys, gotta answer a text. So, horse, attack, nice. Ninio, take you out of stealth. Have you in. Have you just regularly hit that wizard. Have Camilla, she might get that. We're hasted, so we get an extra attack. Yeah, sweet. And we'll have her take a step towards the wizards. Have Ember move in, and don't really want to waste a spell slot on this, to be honest, so I think we're just going to have her shoot, yeah, shoot the wizard there, and then our Sela can charge the cultist. Well, she can probably just, yeah, we'll charge him anyway. So he's dead, and she can pass. Our weaker pet, who's like level 2, still managed to kill that wizard though. Alright. Do I think a control sorcerer or caster will be viable on higher difficulties? Yeah, the kineticists are ridiculous early game. Hold on, I'll talk about the sorcerer in just a second. Are there any races I'd like to see added to the game? They did a poll to add one of 3 races to the game. Kitsune wound up winning, but there were catfolk and ratfolk. I would kind of like to see ratfolk. I think that would be interesting.
I wonder.
And to answer the question about the sorcerers being viable late game, absolutely. You just have to make sure you're putting stuff into like spell pin. The problem with like control sorcs and stuff late game is that you have to bypass resistances and everything, which can be a bit of a pain. So you have to have a plan to get past their resistances. But if you do, they absolutely can. In fact, I mean, this is just normal, but we're going to be using Ninio in a very specific fashion that is similar to that. Got a couple of dretches, which shouldn't be much of anything, really.
I'll cut you wide open. The spirits demand your blood. Mind over muscle.
And we're still in combat, though, so there's at least one more hanging around. Sometimes they come in stealth, though. We're going to turn turn-based off for a second and see what... There it is. Sometimes when you have like one enemy left and it's in stealth or it's keeping you in combat, even though there doesn't seem to be any enemies around, it's usually because there's something in stealth.
Did it. It happened.
Full character dedicated to summons. I mean, you can certainly do that. I haven't messed around with it on higher difficulties, but it's definitely possible. What path will I be doing, and any plans to use a Ruchelet or Regil? I will not be using a Ruchelet or Regil, at least not a lot. I might use a Ruchelet here and there. Mythic path, we are going Azada. And, okay.
Save the last one for me.
Now we fight a couple of these guys, which shouldn't be much of anything, honestly. That's probably the most use I've ever gotten out of the wizards when they've come with me.
I'll remove this obstacle.
Dragon companion for the win. Yeah, that's kind of the gist. Alright, make sure. So, stuff like this, it's important to remember that you will still get your 5-foot step as a kineticist even with all your auto stuff turned on. So even though this guy's a little bit out of range, it's going to utilize our 5-foot step to move us forward far enough to hit him. Missed killing him by like 1 point.
I'll hit you.
Alright. Ninio. There's him gone, and then... the paths I've tried so far, which was the most powerful and which one do I enjoy the most playable-wise, in case they don't coincide? Most powerful, I would say, is probably either the Lich or the Azada, just in terms of sheer numbers. Because the Azada is almost a support mythic path, but because you get the Dragon Companion, you get to give your entire party teamwork feats, you get the superpower stuff. Lich gets a bunch of just nonsense powers that also support your entire party. Trickster's probably the best for an individual person's damage. And then my favorite overall, like just play-wise, is actually Aeon. Aeon does some really cool stuff for the story that I appreciate. Okay, then we move over here.
There's something here.
Get our magic essence. So that's one of the 3 magic essences we need from the Grey Garrison. There are 2 more in here that we absolutely need to get before we leave. It's very important that we have all of those before we leave.
Suri is restless. I wonder why.
Do the Undead Lich Companions have their own quest? I don't think they have their own full quests that I'm aware of. They have like a little, like, you know, recruiting them thing going on, but beyond that, I don't think they have much. Off the top of my head, anyway. Oh no, we triggered a trap with our pet. Whoops. I thought that was a little farther up. Our pet took the bulk of it, though. Alright.
Mind over muscle.
That said, it did actually kill one of their guys as well. Alright.
You should have run!
I'll rip your hearts!
Ah, you got one attack. That's annoying. Oh, but he tried to cast on Sela and she hit him with an attack of opportunity and killed him. Hey, what's going on, Howard?
Appreciate this.
Tony, what's going on? Okay, so these gloves are great for our horse. This is like a companion thing, like an animal companion thing, where they do extra bludgeoning damage anytime they make a critical hit. Which we're going to give to our horse, because it is a higher level, because our Smilodon's only level 2, and it will be for a little while. And then we're going to give Windwag our quiver that we just found, to give her extra damage. Does Azada superpowers that affect spells affect kinetic blast too? Yes, actually. It's kind of touch and go. Like it's my understanding that the stuff that affects spells affects energy blast, to be specific. But they also get a lot of superpowers that affect other stuff besides just what a kineticist can do with their blast, like just like the permanently hasted stuff, that kind of thing. Okay, so. We're going to move our party down the hall a little bit here.
You're a good person. I like you.
Okay. This fight is super annoying. We should be fine because it's just on normal, but this fight is a real pain. So we're going to put everybody on hold position.
Oh,
We're going to take Ninio off hold position, but we're going to put her in stealth.
we are making a mystery of ourselves.
Then we're going to open this door, which leads to that. Now we're going to move everybody up. For some reason I can't also attack you. That's weird. It'll usually do the attack anyway if you can make it. But sometimes sometimes it doesn't show that you can actually do the attack. So we're going to move all our guys up and attack him. because he came out of the door, which is not a smart move for him. And then we're going to use Ninio to actually cast Create Pit right there, just inside the room, and take a bunch of those guys out of the fight. Alright, so Create Pit. Oh no, she spell failed. Are you kidding me? Because we failed the concentration check? Yeah, that figures. Alright, well, we'll take her out of the way. What a terrible time for a spell failure. We did just one-shot Otharubo, though. And he's their main, like, AoE guy, so we should be okay from here. Alright, so what we're gonna do now is turn turn-based mode off, otherwise this is gonna take forever. And we're gonna move everybody back out into the hallway and force all of them to come to us.
This will hurt.
So if you can bottleneck them right there at the door, it's pretty easy. Yeah, Kineticists can just do crazy damage in Act 1, because they get that diadem, and there's just all sorts of stuff they can do. By the time you get to the Grey Garrison, you've already got your empowered metakinesis, so... you can actually get a Kineticist hitting over like 50 or 60 damage just in Act 1, which is enough to one-shot just about anything. In fact, I'll show you guys. Our Water Blast by itself is doing 4d6 plus 7 without any kind of modifiers. That's before I use Empowered, which gives it more damage. That's before I use Bleeding Infusion. So just at a base, we're doing 11 to 31 damage. Okay. So that guy's all dead. We need that Dex Belt from Otharubo. And that should be the best of the loot there. So we're going to throw that belt on our main guy because our kinetic blasts are dexterity based because we're using ranged attacks. So more dex just gives us more chance to hit.
Open your heart to me.
We're going to use Camilla's, or Ember's heal hacks real quick.
This war must end.
Yes.
Charles Killian says, is the Lich Mythic Path good with this build? I'm thinking of doing an evil run. I would actually not recommend using Blood Kineticist for the Lich. So the Lich, after its transformation, loses all of its Constitution. And Kineticists are, by themselves, Constitution based, which doesn't work out for you very well. However, there are a couple of archetypes that change the modifier for your Kineticist that you could play instead. But for this specific build, no, I would not use Lich Mythic Path. Okay, so there's that. Why?
I want you back.
Thought I healed you.
We must stop this war. There is no hope. The gods have abandoned.
Okay, so we're gonna go in that room soon, but I like to go around the corner because we have the thieves and they can undo the trap.
A success worthy of praise.
There's that, and then another one of our essences is in this room, so we just need one more, which we can also get in the garrison. But we'll only get it once we go upstairs.
This one was beyond me.
Oh, come on.
I am helpful,
There we
am I not?
Okay.
I found
Now we go through this door to get a better
a bright future awaits us.
range on that succubus we're about to fight. And because we have the mages with us, we can use Dispel Magic. You can't actually use Dispel Magic yourself if you have a character that has it, but if you have the mages with you, they can do it themselves. Or the Knights of the Flaming Lance, rather.
Test of my abilities.
Okay, we're going to turn turn-based on.
I'll cut you wide open.
The succubus is the real threat. We're not worried about these crusaders. Parenteer says, hey, for this challenge, can I change the XP for like only active party members? I'm going to do my run just for fun. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, it's not against the rules. Daniel Rulo says, I really want to try a frontline rogue style high dex and con kineticist with the blade ability they get. Does that work, or does the burn make it too hard? It can work. It really just depends on whether or not you can withstand the hits. So I would recommend having a party member that can buff you if you go that route. Saying like, you know, somebody that can cast like displacement on you or something like that, because if you do get hit, you really don't have the health to take the damage, but it is very doable if you have some way to mitigate it. And as Parenteer mentions, if you use Kinetic Knight, you actually don't have to worry about burn with your basic melee blast. Alright, so there's the succubus dead. So that's why I love Demon Slayer on Winduog. Because she just did, in one turn, like 60 damage to that succubus. Now that's hasted, mind you. She got an extra attack that she wouldn't have normally got, but still.
You won't stop us.
Alright, we're going to turn turn-based off for these guys. This is going to take forever. Wait till combat actually ends there. There we go. Okay, so I have this puzzle saved on my phone, but I'm pretty sure I can do it memory. Okay, so it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. Yeah, I got it. So we get that flail. So this shield right here, the spiked heavy shield, it's hilarious, but you can actually equip that as a weapon because it deals damage. So just to show you guys, because it's really funny to me. You can absolutely attack with 2 shields. That always makes me laugh. Alright, so she was just using Radiance, I believe, because she has Finian, right? Yeah.
I'm off.
There's some horse armor for us. There's actually a few good things for us there for our animal companions. So we get the Amulet of Agile Fist, which we're going to give to our Smilodon, because this will let them use weapon finesse, which is going to give extra damage for him. And then this is light, so our horse can wear our barding we just found, get a few extra armor class.
I do what I must.
Okay, it's a pain to avoid this trap, so we got to take like one person at a time.
Well,
It's time to act.
I crave your command.
You could just walk around and undo the trap, but walking into the room where the trigger is for the trap is like right next to an enemy, and if you alert him, he will call everybody from the next room, So I usually just ignore him until we can actually kill everybody in that next room ourselves. Okay, put everybody in stealth, open the door. Walk everybody through the door so we don't get ambushed. Yeah, and we're going to try to kill that bard first thing. Because if everyone knows, you always kill the bard. That's never not funny. Alright. I wish I were spending less time trying new builds and respecing my characters than actually playing the game. Yeah, so that's I try to warn people about that, but that's a loop people can get into where you're spending less time like theory crafting than actually playing. So do you got like I'm sure everyone's seen those ridiculous like meta builds that people make that'll do like 500-600 damage in one turn. The problem with those builds though is that those builds are using things like mods to take you straight to max level and show that max damage at the end of their thing. But it's like that's such an unrealistic take of what you're actually going to be able to do. Because like sure, that's a cool build and you might be able to hire a mercenary like that to do that, but that's not going to get you out of the caves on unfair difficulty. So them trying to pass this build off as this super viable thing, like yeah, maybe if you get to the point where you can hire a merc like late game, but that merc isn't going to get the mythic paths you're taking. Trying to build that character on your own as your main character on unfair difficulty still requires you to get out of the caves. So it's like, it's cool that you're showing like the really fun numbers you can potentially get with that build, but trying to say it's unfair viable when I know for a fact that build's not going to be able to get like through the first act by itself is just ridiculous. Like it's misleading and it annoys the crap out of me. But that's just a bit of a tangent. How long have I been live? Like maybe 30 minutes. Can't wait for the standalone dungeon DLC. Yeah, that'll be fun.
The spirits demand your blood.
Okay, and we're gonna focus on these
You are
Vermalex
today's
here.
sacrifice.
Well, I'm gonna have her kill this rogue ideally.
Guide my blade.
If I move, she's gonna get hit, but Ninio, I'm gonna see if we can slumber that guy. That'd be great. Ah, I missed it. Okay. Yeah, people are talking about some of the new classes that they're testing out. That'd be fun. I think like a full-fledged summoner class would be really cool. What's going on, Cody? I'm doing pretty well myself, man. Paul says I'm producing a lot of content. Can I ask how many hours you spend a week gaming? Like literally in game, anywhere from 60 to 70 a week isn't uncommon for me, and then that doesn't include all the editing and stuff I have to do. They're going to add new classes DLCs. I have no idea. They did add classes to Kingmaker in DLC, so it's possible. Can I use custom companions in the challenge? No, we're not allowed to hire mercenaries. Okay, so I think everybody besides our companions, yeah, our animal companions, taking a bit of a hit, but the rest of us are fine. So, I love having animal companions with me because if you're unaware, animal companions, even if they die, all you have to do is rest and they're immediately back up.
I was never good at stealth, but
So you don't have to put a lot of effort into keeping them alive.
My skills are absolute.
I'll bathe in your blood.
Nice. Yeah, so just the reason we're putting so much attention into getting our kineticist as much chance to hit as possible is that We rolled a 2 and still hit this thing because we have a plus 13 to hit with all of our modifiers. So even though we only needed to hit like a 13 armor class because we're on normal. So like literally I rolled as low as possible and still hit him. But you do occasionally get natural ones like Winduog did, and she also only needed a 2 to hit.
Alright, take you! Go for their hearts!
Yeah, like an AI system would be nice.
You should have listened to
Like,
reason.
I don't mind like micromanaging it to a certain point, but I agree that an AI similar to Pillars of Eternity would be pretty great. Heinz, is there any reason you pick Winduog over Lan? I like Winduog. I don't like monks. Zen Archer is a cool archetype, but I prefer to go Demon Slayer with Winduog because she gets armor at a base class, whereas Lan does not. And there is a piece of armor we're going to pick up at the end of Act 2 that is almost perfect for Winduog. And also, did I mention I don't like monks? Okay, and okay, we should be good to go upstairs.
We do it my way.
Does picking Winduog count as an evil choice or risking someone from the party leaving? No, not at all. You can have Winduog with you no matter what. Like, Winduog herself is definitely an evil character, don't get me wrong, but
I'll take care of it.
actually getting her in your party is actually a chaotic choice, and you don't have to do anything particularly crazy for her quest.
I'll rip you apart!
For some reason. Yeah, that is. Camilla didn't want to charge. She's not going to do much damage with this because they're going to be resistant, but...
No match for me.
Nice.
I'll cut you wide open. I'll hit you.
No glory without risk!
Follow if you dare.
Okay, and then we're going to head through this door, which our Inquisitors are going to help us with. These Inquisitors right here will do most of this fight for you if you let them. Not that we're going to do that, but they will do... We're actually going to turn this to regular because I don't want to spend forever on this in turn-based, but these Inquisitors will do ridiculous damage to these demons.
Your pain is my pleasure.
There's their leader dead. Nice. Okay, Sela. We're gonna have her use Treat Affliction. Hopefully we can cure this disease on our horse. Nah, we missed the DC. Okay, hold on. I think I might have a Remove Sickness scroll. No, it's... I need Remove Disease. Do I have a wand to remove disease, right? Yeah. 'Cause, like, I knew I had something for diseases.
I heed the voice of the
Okay,
spirits.
wand. There we go. Mickelvo. Hi, your opinion on Crusade system overall? Some items are nice, but going through that in next playthrough doesn't really get me jumping for joy. The Crusade system, like, I enjoy it personally, but I can see why it's not for everybody by any means. I think people are overestimating how much you need to do with it, though. Like, if you look at the Crusade system and what you have to clear out to do the story, you only occasionally have to clear out the forts. You don't have to do most of the army battles. As long as you keep Dresden protected with a really strong army, you're gonna be fine. I think people are overestimating how involved you really have to be with that.
I hope you appreciate
People talking about Encased in the chat. That's awesome. Yeah, Encased is a fun game. I enjoyed Encased a lot. Actually, fun fact, you can find the channel's name in the credits because I backed that on Kickstarter under the channel name.
I'm off.
So, we got all our stuff from Jeslyn. She drops such a cool scythe. Like, I almost want to make a scythe build just so I can use the scythe she drops. You actually do get potentially get a better one later, but still. That boss, that little mini boss we just fought, drops a bunch of great scrolls for Ninio.
I do what I must.
Scythes are kind of decent weapons. Yeah, scythes are really fun. And then here's where we see all of these guys die because of our trickster choice in the library. Which that opens up the trickster mythic path. Alright, we can hopefully lockpick this door. We don't need to get in here, but it's nice when you can.
not this time.
Oh wait, yeah, there he goes. Our Knights of the Flaming Lance dispelled it for us. Stone skin scroll. Like, there's just some decent loot. There's nothing you need in this room, but it's nice if you can get in here. Then we step into the library, grab the Elven Notes for Storyteller.
What do we have?
Grab this hidden cache. And then we carry on into the hallway where there are two babaus roaming. There they are.
Do not waver.
Yeah, I'm going to let this play out in real time. Let's see what happens. There's only two of them. Yeah. I don't think they got a single hit on us, actually. I didn't see a single damage point on our end. Okay. Here we meet Arilu.
So many plans and hopes have gone up in smoke along with this city, and so many are still yet to burn.
Are there any more buffs or debuffs that are more important to look out for than others? Always try to have your own party hasted. That's a really easy way to add a ton of utility to your party. So that's a buff I always try to keep up. Camilla and Winduog can get bark skin pretty easily if you spec them into certain classes, which can be super handy because that just gives you like a little boost to AC. There's stuff like shield
It's time to
spells that can just give you a shield bonus if you're using a character who's not using a shield, so that's easy. The main thing is just trying to use a variety so they don't like conflict with each other. And then remove dispel magic is pretty much your go-to for getting rid of anything on an enemy. Okay, so we have this mobility 20 DC. It doesn't matter too much if we fall, but I would very much so. I need to get to the other side of this actually. So we're actually going to have to do this until we pass it. We only need to roll a 2 with our main character to get past this.
a A trivial
Sweet.
task.
So, this is where our last magic essence was that we needed. And we needed 5 magic essence before we left. It's very important that we have 5 before we leave here.
That was
It's impossible
easy.
for me to fail that mobility check, because I literally have the check and modifiers. DOS 2 can essentially be played without DOS 1. Same for Wrath of the Righteous. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Gonna turn turn-based on. Now our main target is this Brimmerak, because they are incredibly annoying. On core difficulty, there's 2 of them in here. Gather power, hold on. Sometimes when you start combat, you only get your standard action, you don't get to move right away.
Don't hold back.
So you gotta be a little careful about what you have toggled on your kineticist. Yeah, man, I hate that spell. God. Like, it didn't do a ton of damage, but I think almost everyone made their save, but still.
Into the fray. Mind over muscle.
Alright, next up is that archer. Missed the slumber, unfortunately. Our little level 2 Smilodon just murdered that guy. Alright, Windwag.
No match for me.
Should be able to kill that guy. Our cleric in the corner. Alright, and we'll have Camilla go for that guy. We'll extended range the cleric. And then
The light. Take you. You're irrelevant.
Warwick T became a member. Thank you so much. That's awesome, man.
You won't stop us.
Sorry, there's a lot of people watching these streams, so it's a little hard for me to keep up with chat and also focus on not dying for the challenge. Am I rebuffing? Oh, and missed it. I'm definitely using buffs, but I haven't had to rebuff in Grey Garrison by any means. Yeah, so Wrath of the Righteous had a much better launch than Kingmaker. Kingmaker had a lot of problems when it launched. Like, way more than what Wrath of the Righteous has had. Like, Wrath of the Righteous has had some serious bugs, don't get me wrong. But in comparison to Kingmaker, it's nothing.
This experiment has gone awry.
Alright, we're gonna try to open that just for the experience. I know where this leads and we don't need to get in here, but
Not this time.
no reason not to get the experience from the skill check if we can. Don't make me waste lockpicks on this. Jeez, okay. Well, that's like 10 times and we're still not doing it, so whatever. Okay. Then we go down the hall. Now where we need to go is this door, but if you just walk in here right away, you'll actually aggro this other room.
I'll watch you back. Oh, what is that? I am helpful. Am I not?
And then there is this trap here, so hold on. Okay, so This is really mean, but I can't get into there to undo this trap, and I don't want to go around it, so we're just going to have our very low health pet trigger it. And somehow that didn't kill it, but whatever. Alright, and then we'll have Sela do a quick heal everyone.
I was never good at stealth, but I'll try.
Sometimes, like, so everybody's saying the lock jammed. If you redo it with actual lock picks, it'll usually go through.
The heartbeat quickens.
And then if you look at the log, like when it's happening, it'll actually tell you once the lock actually jams. It'll say lock jammed instead of just locked. And there's actually, I forget where it is. I think we already missed one of them actually because I didn't bother to get it. But there are little held items that give you plus to lock picking too that you can find in game.
Surrender or else. The inhabitants, guide my blade.
Okay, next up we're going to try to get to that bard. She can't get there without taking attacks, so we'll have Windy attack this guy.
Beg me to stop.
Nice, and one more attack. Windy killed two of them there. And we should be able to extended reach the bard, yeah. And the bard died. Beautiful.
Too late for apologies.
The people sleep on extended reach, man. That is such an high, like, I love that infusion.
Into the fray.
Even though our Smilodon is level 2, they get so many attacks that it's still managing to do some significant damage here on normal. On core, less so, but on normal, it's not too bad. Alright, now we've got to kill this ranger. Alright, there's that room cleared. Now, we don't need the loot out of here by any means, but it's important that you clear this room, as I mentioned, because if you don't clear this room first, as soon as you open that other room, which also has even more monsters in it, this room will aggro and try to come find you. And then we're going to turn turn-based off for this next part. Because there's a ton of low health enemies in here. And I would rather not play this out in turn-based when most of them die very quickly. Oops. Wait for combat to end and then turn turn-based back on. What build am I going with for Ember? Pretty close to her regular build that they try to auto-build for you, but with some slight variations.
I think I did it.
Are bards that bad? Bards are fine. They just have buffs they can give everybody, and I hate them. Alright. Almost done. We see this scene between Minago and Staunton. We're gonna go chaotic just because we're chaotic good, and that made me laugh.
Get back!
Alright, then we have a boss fight as soon as we go upstairs. Everybody is still buffed.
Prove I'm the best.
We could give Windwog Hurricane Bow, but honestly, we don't need it. Alright, up we go, and then we fight this little Minotaur mini-boss. Okay. Jervin says just joined. I'm using a blood kineticist, and how have I made haste last so long? It is so if you save the Knights of the Flaming Lance during the attack, they can give you a buff at the start of the Great Garrison that gives you haste for like an hour and a half, and we still have 45 minutes left on it. Move Windy up. Sela up with a charge. Carmela will just walk up. Same with all of our other melee guys. Extended range. Is he just out of range? That doesn't make any sense. He's right there. Oh wait, hold on. I have gather power on this one. Come on, jeez. Oh, stop being difficult. Don't need you to just attack. So I can use this, but it's not wanting to actually. It keeps trying to force me to move, and I don't want to do that. So I guess we'll see what happens.
Strike!
There it goes. It keeps trying to tell me I can't use extended range, but I know for a fact I can. So whatever. We're just gonna move him up, I guess.
Mind over muscle.
I'd care more if we weren't definitely going to kill this guy.
I'll hit you.
No match for me.
No glory without risk!
Okay.
Go for their hearts.
He likes to charge with his first, yeah. There we go. Got our empowered. Ah, we missed. That sucked. Rolled a 1. Getting unlucky with our rolls here. This guy's normally not that difficult. I mean, not that he's difficult now, but still.
The inheritor.
There we go.
Guide my blade. Only you deserve.
Okay, last fight of the Great Garrison coming up. Heal Windy up real quick. You actually get a ridiculous buff for this last fight, so it's not hard at all.
A trivial task.
Turn-based is bugged as hell. Yeah, it's not that bad. Occasionally, like, you'll have some minor things here and there, but it's still better than doing some stuff in real time. So we're going to use the demon option, which is going to lock us out of the Aeon Mythic path, but we're not using that anyway, so. And we have our flashback. We're skipping all the cutscenes because I've done this like 2 or 3 times just on stream as it is. But we get thrown into a fight with Monago. But we get absolutely ridiculous buffs for this fight, so it's possible to lose, but it's very hard to do so. That Brimmerak did more damage to everybody else than us. Okay. Okay, everything's on. Just making sure. Missed, of course, because why wouldn't we?
Thank you.
5-foot step. I have our horse charge. I guess Monago, because we can't hit anybody else. There's our Tiefling, but he won't do much damage. Gonna have Wendy finish off the other Brimmerak, as well as a couple others with the buff that she gets from the fight. And then more demons will spawn in soon. Not that we're in much of a hurry here, but Wendy is just slaughtering people.
The spirits demand your blood.
Alright, we should be about done. I think a couple... I don't remember if it's only on core, but a couple of rocks can spawn in on core. I don't remember if that happens on normal or not. Otherwise, we're pretty much done. Yeah, there it is.
How are you doing that? Where is your power coming from?
And we see Staunton betray us no matter what happens.
Get over here now. Don't do it. And shut up.
And then we get our mythic path. Well, our first one anyway. Not actually the big choice. So for our main guy, I like either Instrument of Freedom or Close to the Heavens. Now I'm tempted to go Instrument of Freedom, but really either or is pretty solid. But we want either Close to the Heavens or Instrument of Freedom because that will give us a ranged touch attack to use in combat, which is actually super handy. Now, basically it comes down to which immunities we want, because the ability itself is basically the same. Except Close to the Heavens heals, whereas if we hit an ally with this, it gives them extra like attacks and stuff to deal damage with, but I'm thinking Close to the Heavens. And then for our mythic ability, we want Kinetic Overcharge. That's going to reduce the burn cost that Gather Power gives us. Or reduce burn even further. For Sela, we want Thundering Blows. So, once per round, if she misses, she'll still do a bunch of damage per mythic rank to all enemies in 10 feet, which is cool. And then Camilla, we're going to give Leading Strike. Winduog gets Cleaving Shot. She gets Ascendant Element Fire. And Ninio gets Abundant Casting. So for Ninio, that just gives us a ton of spell slots. We have Dispel Magic through Ember as well, or at least we will, so I'm not super worried about that one. We can drop regular Create Pit, so we'll change that out for a couple more casts of Mirror Image. And then, since Vitals is cool, we learned that through a scroll, but we don't really need that one that much. We're going to do a couple things of Mirror Image and then a couple casts of Acid Arrow. And then here, we're going to get more Mage Armor casts. That's probably plenty. And then more Magic Missile. Magic Missile isn't amazing by any means. It's just the fact that it can't block, and then it does actually get some more damage and stuff later on. But I do not pretend that is an amazing spell for level 1 by any means. Okay, and then Ember is Spontaneous, and then these spell guys haven't changed at all. So. Alright, we're ready to move on, and that is basically the end of Act 1, and now it's a bunch of cutscenes. Aren't kinetic blasts range touch attacks? Only energy blasts are ranged touch attacks. Regular kinetic blasts are just ranged regular attacks. Or physical blasts are ranged attacks generally.
I did consider it. What?
And then the Queen shows up.
Yes, it is I. Calm yourself, Commander.
And we'll move on.
The fires of Canobris have died down.
And there is Act 1 finished. Planning on streaming for at least a few more hours, so I'm hoping we can just get all the way through Act 2. That would be awesome. But Dresden takes a hot minute, and we might wind up stopping right before Dresden, but I'm hoping to get at the least there. Now, the reason we needed all those magic essences, and that I made a big deal out of it, is that now we can talk to the storyteller before he leaves, and make him give us the Covenant of the Inheritor. Now the game will try to make you turn that into Queen Galfrey. But we are absolutely not going to give this back to Queen Galfrey, because the Covenant of the Inheritor gives us a Holy Aura that gives all party members in 30 feet a +2 bonus to caster level checks to overcome spell resistance, which is going to be huge for Ninio and Ember shortly. And all of our characters' weapons are considered good for the purposes of overcoming damage resistances and stuff. And because we're fighting basically demons all the time, that's amazing. So we were absolutely not giving that back to Queen Galfrey. The caster level checks is nice, for sure, but the good aligned weapons helps your entire party with very little effort on your part. After Act 1, how many mythic levels? You get 1 at Lost Chapel, and then you pick your mythic rank, like actual mythic path at level, God, what is it? Level 10 roughly, but mythic path rank 3. Jorson said, how did I miss that item? Yeah, it's incredible. You have to make sure you can craft it. You can craft it later, but if you can get it right now, it's ridiculous.
We do it my way.
All right, so we got the queen declaring us the covenant. Now, again, the game will try to, like, because it actually belongs to Queen Galfrey, and they'll try to, like, guilt you into giving it back, but we are absolutely not giving it back.
It is a great honor.
Then
Okay, now we're gonna run around our camp, loot a bunch of stuff, and then sell it. That's our personal chest, so we don't need to look at that. Then we're gonna level everybody up. Yeah, so the only frustrating thing about Covenant of the Inheritor is it will turn itself off all the time. So anytime you switch a map or anything, you need to make sure you're turning it back on.
I'm off.
Okay, so we have a bunch of magic items we're never going to use unless they're going to sell. We need to put that armor 2 on somebody. Heavy flail is useless. As cool as I think the scythe is, we don't actually need it. Cold iron, anything regular is pretty normal. We're not going to be using a pick. The scimitar is useless for us. Short sword is useless for us. Don't need the hammer. Don't need the orc double axe. The rapier is nice, but we don't need it. Don't need the dwarf. Actually, we'll hold on to that for a minute. I think Greyboar might be able to use that. I think that might be an upgrade from one of his base items, if I remember correctly. Don't need the flail as much as I like it. Don't need the great axe. And we'll keep that. Then we get given a bunch of gold. We're also going to sell a bunch of these scrolls we don't need that aren't buffs. Glitter dust, trap, grease. What is that? Hated dreams. We'll keep, and we'll get rid of. No, I don't want that. Get rid of all our wound scrolls. Keep the prayer scroll. We don't need protection from good or protection from law. Remove disease is always handy. I like remove sickness. Don't need resist fire. We'll keep the restoration. Don't need the shield scrolls. Don't need shield of faith. Sound burst. We'll keep stone skin just in case. Don't need stunning barrier. Unbreakable hearts, whatever. And vanish we don't need. Okay. Then we start finding severed heads in our inventory, which is funny. We're going to sell a severed head to the merchant, guys. Does the Hand of the Inheritor have any special dialogue if you wear that item when you meet him? Not that I'm aware of. Why is Snapshot recommended for Kineticist? I thought it doesn't work. I don't believe it works. It shouldn't work. Because you're not holding a weapon, which means making that attack of opportunity through Snapshot would be difficult to pull off. Okay. That's really good for one character in particular. So it's a little expensive, but we're going to grab it. And don't need any of that stuff. Woljif sells a ton of wands. We don't need any though. For Ninio, she's going to get that robe. That's going to give her even more spell penetration, which is going to become more apparent while we're after that here soon. But we're going to level everybody up real quick. Okay, Blood Kineticist. For our wild talent this time. It really doesn't matter too much for our wild talent picks. We already have mobility, so we're going to pick up perception because that's always useful. And then after that, we'll probably get some of the kinetic stuff, the healer and like restoration and stuff. Maybe Revivify when it comes up. Ninio. Scroll Savant. She's still kind of just okay for the time being. It's her next level of spells that she gets to choose from that things start getting fun. Okay, so I think we're gonna pick up. That's force damage. Don't really need blur. Resist energy. Camello, I say Camello will get resist energy, so I don't need that. Protection from arrows is whatever. I think we're just gonna pick up Battering Blast actually, just to give her something more to hit with. Not that we're even gonna be using these spells, mind you, because we already have our spell slots sorted out, and then Fireball. Because those spells for her don't really do anything for us. Because her next level of spells is what we're after. Once she hits level 4, we can start doing more fun stuff with Ninia. Andrew says, I've played a lot of this game, so I'm just wondering, do you know if level 10 spells made it into the game for merged spell books? Because I've heard they haven't. I haven't seen any. I don't know off the top of my head if they have. Oh, Hex. So, for her... I like Evil Eye, but honestly on normal, not super necessary. So I think we're going to pick up probably Protective Luck and then Cackle at level 8. And then for her, we're going to pick up Cure Serious Wounds. I don't think... Yeah, she's already got some decent fire spells, and we don't get her better stuff until later. Who has Dispel Magic? Yeah, we can get Dispel Magic a lot of places. And Winduog, gonna keep giving her points in Demon Slayer. She doesn't get anything amazing that level. Her next level gives us Boon Companion, though, which will bring her Smilodon up to snuff. Camella's kind of a whatever level as well. We do need to check spell slots for those people, though. Yeah, so we can get another cast of Hurricane Bow, which is really all we want for her anyway. Resist Energy Communal is not bad, but I prefer to give her protection from Energy Communal later. Because right now we're not facing too much that actually even uses resist, like energy attacks. It does come up a lot later, though, which is why I like to give her at least one cast of it. And I think for right now, we're just going to give her another cast. Oh, no, I can't give her. That's her domain one, so it's not going to let me use it there. I think... For right now, we'll just give her another Animate Dead cast. Though, to be honest, we don't really, like, super need that by any means. Level up Sela, more Paladin levels. For her Mercy, we will go Diseased. And then for her, I don't remember if she... Yeah, not yet. They have a really slow spell progression, so I forget what it is sometimes. Will I make more build guides like I did with the Blood Rager? Yeah, I'm absolutely planning to do that. I've already made one for the Kineticist, for instance. Does anyone know why they ended up being cut? Oh, the level 10 spells? Yeah, I'm not really sure. What was I doing? Inventory, right. So... Sela gets our +2 amulet. Give her our +2 as well there, and then we'll pass that amulet on. See if Camilla's got... Yeah, Camilla's got a cape and everything, so does... Throw one on Windy. That should do us there. Then we'll level up our pets. Alright, for our feat now, we are going to... We've got power attack and blind fight. So we're going to pick up weapon focus, which, hold on, I got to remember. I think it's claw attacks. Yeah, it's claw. So it's like bite and then it's a bunch of claw. And I want claw because that's the one we get more of. And level up our horse. Alright, that should be all of that. Now we can talk to Irabeth to turn in her scabbard. Oh, I forgot to actually grab her scabbard. Not that that's a big deal, but we can also pay her to get mercenaries in the crusade, which is important. And then we can loot her tent, because she has a +2 half plate, which gives you a constitution bonus, which is great for Sela. At least until we find some other stuff. And then we'll talk to a couple people, specifically our companions, make sure we're up to date there.
I'm gone.
There's the theater troupe, and then Sela and her over here,
Hello. Somehow it
which will be doing her quest shortly. Then we need to come over here, talk to Liator, and then talk to Dayran. And that gives us Dayran's quest. As we continue to loot everything that isn't nailed down.
Hello again.
So Seal,
I have no doubt that I know that you are
who will
burdened
give
by many.
us his quest. His quest is annoying, but on normal it shouldn't be a big deal. So, if you do Social's quest and he dies, you can fail it, but with the Death's Door condition, it shouldn't matter that much. Does Steelblood Blood Rager need arcane armor training, or they don't fail spells with heavy armor? Blood Ragers won't fail their Blood Rager spells while wearing armor. That's usually the case with armored spellcasters. They can usually cast spells from that class without arcane spell failure chance. How far do I expect to get in the challenge? I think Act 3 is going to take a while. Act 4 is where the game starts to get a little harder in terms of like fights and things. So I think I will make it to at least Act 4. After that, who knows? Yeah, I like Social's quest in Act 4 as well. That was cool. Like, Social as a character is just kind of whatever to me, but I really liked his quest. Okay. Don't need that headband. Conman's ring is really good for Camilla, but we don't actually need it right now. That's pretty good for Ninio, but honestly, we're not using a ton of scrolls. Red Salamander's cool, but Ember's already going to get those, and that's who would give it to, so giving her those spells through a ring doesn't make much of a difference. And what can we pick up spell-wise? So we don't need Raise Dead. Personally, I like to carry around a few Scrolls of Restoration, just in case. Remove Blindness isn't bad either. Where is it? Yeah. Like, you'll start running into things that give you negative levels, so I like to just have the scrolls here, just in case. Just makes things easier on me. Blackwater. Yeah, you don't have to do side quests if you don't want to, so I'm probably just going to skip Blackwater, because that place sucks. Like, it's a cool little plot line, but...
Follow if you dare.
Alright, so that should be basically everything we needed to do. So we don't need to level Social up, but we are going to be using him for his quest here shortly, so we do need to give him some better stuff. Not that we have a ton to give him, but we can change out his weapon and his armor, as well as sort his spells out real quick. He's got Prayer. Dispel, which should be fine. Anybody have... Okay, sweet. That's actually what I was looking for right there, was the protection from evil communal. We're not going to be using him a ton, so I'm not really invested in getting a ton of this stuff sorted out for him, but I just wanted to make sure we had that particular spell sorted out before we did his quest here in a minute. Okay. So we got to get our crusade stuff moving. So they give you enough to buy these guys right off the bat. Oh no, I forgot to buy a general. Whoops. That's alright. For these first couple of fights, it shouldn't be a big deal. Oh wait, hold on. We're going to turn the tactical combats on auto. However, the crusade management is still on. Okay, so we get 600 finance points, which will give us our general. And hold on. There's a specific general I like to get when it's possible. Yeah, her. She gives you Master of Maneuver right off the bat, and so does he. And that gives you extra troops that you can put in your army like right away. Which is pretty handy. Alright, we'll leave them there for right now. And first things first, we're going to go to the Houndheart site because that's for Sela. Then we can pass this to boost soldier morale. Oh, my guy's got to answer a text. Okay.
What's that there?
So we get a better shield from Sela here. Then we're going to change our party slightly to grab Seal and do his quest.
I'm off.
What do we have here?
I'm always ready.
You are my favorite aide. You're a good person. I like you.
Yes. I'll help where I can.
It went splendidly.
That chest we just passed is what we need to click on, but we're going to come down here and get that shield for Sela first.
A trivial task. There's something here.
I am helpful, am I not?
We get that bard hat that we're, like, we don't have anybody that can use this, but that's for bards. That's actually a pretty good hat for them. Then we'll skip to the actual quest part of this. Yeah, so something to remember about Blackwater, because I still see people talking about it in chat there. Blackwater was overtuned at first. They actually, in one of the more recent patches, they tuned that down. Those enemies were vastly stronger than they were supposed to be.
You'll make a fine
No.
trophy.
I accidentally clicked on that deer and it got annihilated.
I do what I must.
Alright, let me chase that Quasit around.
Test of my abilities.
Okay. We're going to leave it on real time for a second. We should be okay.
Rest, please. I'm tired.
Alright, then we have to talk to Sela to wrap that quest up, which we will do. Then we'll rest at camp, grab Seal, and do his quest. Which we will probably drop Ninio for. Which I don't like doing, to be honest with you, because she gives us haste, which is handy in general. But the other option, you know, actually, we'll probably drop Ember instead. Because I really want haste from Ninio for that whole place, really. Okay. quest.
How does one who believes in...
I suppose.
Alright, drop Ember for Socio. The only annoying thing about this is you get thrown into a fight as soon as you enter this place, which means you can't use your buffs for that first fight, which can be annoying.
Fall here.
Okay.
I swear it.
Turn-based.
No, I'll tear your throat out.
No? Like what? Okay. Like I hit turn-based, but it didn't want to like start. That was weird. Okay. Here we go. It was very strange. Oh, she can't actually charge, yeah. I didn't think CeeLo was going to be able to charge that close, but it let her.
They'll beg me to stop.
Okay. Alright, so I can't activate Shroud of Water, really, but... Step. I'll kill you.
I'll rip you apart.
You are today's sacrifice!
Did I plan on skipping this quest? I was originally planning on doing it, but I decided to go ahead and give it a shot. The last fight on it can be really annoying against the Necromancer because Socio runs off and gets surrounded by enemies, which is incredibly annoying.
Be gone, fiend!
Okay, these guys should be resistant to acid, I imagine, yeah. Actually, no, weirdly enough. They should take full damage from acid arrow. That's really weird.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Yeah, Cleaving Shot and Thunderous Blows are amazing, because Cleaving Shot is great when you actually get the crit, but Thunderous Blows only triggers when you miss, which means you're dealing damage even when you miss, which is what I like about it. Okay. Gather everybody together. Only person who took damage there was Nenio, because they all went straight for her, but she didn't die.
Let me help.
Are we ready to move out?
Mage armor.
Yes.
We'll go ahead and cast Mirror Image while we're at it.
I crave your command.
Hurricane Bow. Bark Skin. Magical Vestment. I think I only like to use, because that's a natural armor. No, it's enhancement bonus. What am I thinking? For some reason, I was thinking that doesn't stack with something off the top of my head. Not really sure. I'll go on. Maybe I'm thinking of Stone Skin. Activate our Shroud of Water and our Covenant of the Inheritor. And go loot some stuff.
That was easy.
Yeah, somebody was talking about the unfair difficulty for this quest. Yeah, so this quest is, like, I don't even know how you do it on unfair, to be honest, because you'll see in a second where Socio runs off and gets surrounded by enemies, and then on unfair difficulty, he dies, like, the next turn, and the quest fails if he dies. So it's ridiculous. Like, you actually get a game over if Socio dies, not even just, like, oh, he's dead, so the quest failed, but, like, it's nonsense.
Their life ends here.
Go for their hearts!
The light. Take you.
You're irrelevant.
This will hurt.
Nice. Okay. Shouldn't have anything to loot really, but we'll double check.
They'll beg me to stop.
Shooting through a wall, apparently.
No time for debates.
Hold on, I'm gonna turn it off. Turn based real quick. That was Cleaving Shot right there. That's what all that damage was. Okay. Nice. Okay, this fight coming up here in a second with the archers and the fight after that are really annoying. Alright, so
My will is resolute.
oops. Protection from evil communal. Yeah.
I heed the voice of the spirits.
And one cast of Animate Death.
Let me draw the first blood.
Alright, so gonna move people as far in as we can, because these archers are our priority. moving everybody up. I don't think we're going to be able to... Yeah, he's a little too far away. But what we can do is probably hit him with... That's why I like to get close to Heavens or Instrument of Freedom, because you can still hit from super far away, even farther than your blast most of the time.
I'll cut you wide open.
Why would you just switch target? Like, that's annoying. Yeah, so there's one gone. Well, close to gone. There's one gone. We're going to have our pet charge straight for this archer. He should have gotten pound. No, he's not high enough level for pounce, that's why. Alright, I'm going to have Wendy shoot that guy. There's his first one. Yeah, those two archers are ridiculous. I've had them kill party members before, for sure. Yeah, a little too far away for charge, but still gonna move up. Close to the heavens.
The spirits demand your blood.
And that should do it. Okay, so there's that, and then this is the annoying part.
I'll watch your back.
So he's gonna run off pretty much immediately, so we're gonna have
Open your heart to me.
Camilla cast another Animate Dead real quick before we step in.
Battle, my friends.
Okay. So yeah, Sociel gets surrounded, and on Unfair and stuff, there's even more. As much as I'd love to cast Prayer, he'll take a bunch of attacks if I do that.
Fall!
What are you doing all the way back here? Alright. Move our pet in there. I guess our horse didn't come with us either for some reason. Okay, and then Sela. Help us clear the ones near us, so I don't take a bunch of attacks of opportunity. Nenio. Don't think... Yeah, so undead are immune to mind affecting, of course. I just always try to check to make sure things aren't immune to magic missiles before I use it. Where did I get all the friendly skeletons from? That is that's Animate Undead. Camilla can get it early on. It's only really useful for like the first few levels of the game. It kind of gets obsolete pretty quick, but pretty useful for this quest. Alright, so there's a few more gone. Try to extended range. Could we get the Necromancer conceivably? Nice. Alright, our horse is going to be able to move all the way in there because animal companions get a ton of movement. You could 5-foot step with Sociel and still get to use a full round. Yeah, you can. I don't really care too much about that. The only thing I would really want to cast with him right now is like Prayer, because that would debuff everything, but it's not super necessary. Yeah, you're gonna see the deferral. You're gonna see that kineticist, my main guy. He's gonna one-shot a lot of stuff on normal.
Bring down the divine wrath.
It'll change a little bit once we start fighting tougher enemies around Act 4, but like 1, 2, and 3, we'll one-shot a lot of stuff. I don't have a path to any of those other ones, so we'll just have to walk her up.
Guide my blade.
And magic missile.
They'll beg me to stop.
Nice. We'll use our last close to the heavens because I don't. Yeah, we'll keep it just in case. Oh, extended range.
You are today's sacrifice.
Nice. All right. Okay. Now I'm gonna kill the guy because he's annoying. And then we can wrap this quest up and carry on.
We do it my way.
Alright, so there's Social's quest done. Yeah, it's not too bad in turn-based. Okay. Swap Social back out for Ember. Switch to our Crusade. More finance points. We're going to leave that alone for right now. We're going to fight that one. And we get a bunch of Rangers, well 4 Rangers, which we can add to our group. Alright, and we're going to leave our army right there for right this second. I hate that it asks you the question if you want to meet them, but then it still forces you to talk to the undead merchant. And let's see what he's got. Yeah, nothing worth paying for. We'll sell a bunch of junk though. Yeah, like every once in a while it'll let you say no, but most of the time it does not. Why don't I pick up masterwork weapons? They're 100 gold each. Because I don't have to, and that's really it. Like, gold is not an issue if you're playing this game in like a particular way, so it's not to the point where it's really even necessary. Alright, so we're gonna go to Nightingale Grove. But first, we're gonna get stopped by these drow, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, that's what this one is. So we need to buff everybody real quick.
Anything new?
Yes.
You require my undying. You can try these.
Yeah, she's out of her buffs, unfortunately, but that doesn't matter too much for her.
Future awaits us.
Weapons,
And he's
spells,
good to go.
poison.
So this is why we saved our Close to the Heavens cast, because we're probably going to need it right here.
Shame one life
Oops,
is
forgot
not
to do
enough
that.
to master them all.
Yes.
Follow if you dare.
Get the experience for the checks, and then
This will be quick.
we attack. So this is one of those fights that they kind of force you into, which if you're not ready for it can be pretty annoying. we're gonna drop her because she's ranged. Can't charge either of them because of where they're standing, but okay, for some reason Sela can charge, but Camilla couldn't. Alright, and we have these two ranged guys, plus the ones up on the hill there. Can Wendy reach those? She can, but I get full attacks on this one, so.
match for me.
Nice. We're gonna have Ember cast Scorching Ray on that one. None of them have much of a chance at hitting Sela at all. Alright, and then... Normally I'd cast Haste, but honestly, I don't think we're gonna need it. Alright, extended range, that Magus.
I'll cut you wide open.
Into the fray.
Burning Arc, which should hit both of them. Yeah. I'm really surprised that crossbowman's not dead. Alright, got a sneak attack by the Knife Master there, no big surprise. Okay, magic missiles. Alright, there's the crossbowman. I've extended range the other Magus up there. Dead, and that leaves the Knife Master.
Spirits demand your blood.
There's a couple of good items in Act 3 that we can buy from the vendors in Dresden, but beyond that, we really don't need a ton of gold outside of spending money on Crusade resources, which is also not super necessary. So the fact that I'm not picking up Master Weapons is not going to be make or break, I promise you. And then sometimes there's another Knife Master over here. Yeah.
Will break against our resolve. They'll beg me to stop.
I'll remove this obstacle.
We've only got our regular. We'll just hit her with closer to having to finish this. Nice. Oh. Got one more in stealth. We're gonna turn it off turn base for a second. Yeah, there it is. So it looks like running with no healer channel energy slot. Am I just bad? Always need Socialer Dayran. We're using a healer. We're just using Ember for our heals. And Sela actually gets channel positive energy. So it's more like I'm spreading the healing out rather than having a dedicated one, if anything. The only gold I need is Gold Dragon. Yeah, so I'm actually thinking about taking Gold Dragon. I haven't decided yet because I don't know how well a lot of that stuff stacks with Kineticist, but I am kind of curious if that would work. I just don't know that this competition is really the place to test that. Okay, so there's that place gone. We're going to rest, and then we're going to do Nightingale Grove. Okay, so Nightingale Grove isn't that hard. On core, it can be kind of annoying, but there's some good items here that I want to get. So like a lot of fights, if you stealth before the conversation, it is possible to get a little farther in. Now we're gonna go turn-based.
What a mess!
I don't think I need extended range to hit him, actually.
Don't hold back!
Nice. There's their leader dead. We'll take our 5 feet step forward, though. Horse, can you charge? I can't reach the one I want to charge, and I can't charge that one. Yeah, there's the archer. I think there's one more archer, if my memory serves. Yeah, you do lose Ivu if you take Gold Dragon. That's a good point. Or it becomes like an advisor or something like that. She doesn't actually like literally leave, but...
Too late for apologies.
Yeah, like I'm very interested in trying Gold Dragon out for the Kineticist, because I'm just curious what all stacks and what doesn't. But again, I don't know that this particular competition is really the place to be trying to test that. I have a separate playthrough that is also using a Kineticist that I will likely actually give it a shot on. Alright, so there's everybody dead. Can loot the good stuff. Which most of it is just going to be for a vendor, but we can use some of it. So this gives us immunity to mind affecting if we land a killing blow. So we're going to give that to Winduog, mostly because, for whatever reason, enemies really like to target Winduog when it comes to anything mind affecting. 5-4. That is basically the same thing as unbending. That would be worse for her. Obviously not going to be good for her. And then that's a 6-6, so we are good there. Copy our recipe. And then we can sell the rest of it as trash. Still about halfway to 7. And who sells Dino Bones? Yeah, Dino Bones are used in some spells, if my memory serves. Can't say I play around with it a ton, though. Okay, next up, Conundrum Unsolved. Okay. So there's not really any enemies here besides like 1 or 2, I think. No, actually no. I'm thinking of another place. This shouldn't have any enemies at all, so we don't need to buff.
I do what I must. We should move.
Okay. Alright, let's see if I can do this off the top of my head. Which this one's pretty easy, so I'm pretty sure I remember how it goes. Yeah, there we go. That gives us the quest for the actual puzzles. And also gives us a small reward. Barding for our horse, or our animal companions in general. Elven notes, potions of delay poison, and a potion of inflict wounds. Hold on, guys. All right. So, moving forward. What do you get for turning in the Elven notes? If you turn in all of them, it gives you an achievement as well as making something for the secret ending much, much easier. If you turn in all of them, the storyteller gives you his full background, which is why he's looking for them. But also, there's a thing for the secret ending that requires you to pass just a nonsense amount of really high difficulty check stuff for your skills, which you can do it like that, but if you give the storyteller all of the notes, it basically removes the need to do that, which is very handy. I'm going to pick up stone throw, clear out some more armies. One of them up, I think it's this one. This one like always tries to tell me I lose, and then I fight it manually and it works fine. We lost a bunch of footmen if we take that victory, but I'm fine with that. Then we get that flail tyranny of the mind. And now we swap back to our actual party. We're going to do this and then rest in camp. This is going to give us Reginald's companion quest real quick. But we're going to rest and then do some other stuff before we go do that. Rest.
You fight demon.
Alright, this is just kind of a preamble thing. That comes up if you've used the Demon Mythic Path stuff a lot. Alright, then. We can sell all that stuff. We don't have any need to do it right this second. The auto battler never once won a battle without excessive losses for me. In my experience, it depends on the rating. So if that's green, you should win with minimal losses. If it's orange, you might win, but you're going to take ridiculous losses. And if it's red, you almost always lose. That's been my experience. But now we're going to go to Moondance Meadow. Then we're going to go up to Chili Creek. I need to buff here real quick, because there's a very annoying Smilodon we're about to need to kill.
Rely on me.
My skills are absolute.
Alright, these Smilodons suck. I hate these guys so much.
Test of my abilities.
Do I think I'll reach the late acts in the challenge? Yeah, probably. I would be surprised if I don't make it to at least Act 4. No, that's right, they're undead, so I can't use that.
I'll rip you apart!
The light, take you.
Yeah, so these guys get their full 5 attacks. And they will absolutely destroy you if you're not, like, anticipating it. So on higher difficulties, I found the best thing to do was just distract them with weaker enemies, like Animate Dead, for instance, can make it help you out.
They'll beg me to stop.
Nice. But the main thing we wanted there was that bow we just picked up. Which I think is... Yeah, we're gonna give that to Ember. Not that she's gonna use it a ton, but nonetheless, it's pretty nice. And then there's some more stuff we can loot down and around, I believe. Or is that it? No, I'm thinking, I always get this place, and there's like 3 maps early game that look basically identical terrain-wise, like this. And I get confused about what's in where every time. I should consider turning off point blank shot. Nah. Like if I wasn't on normal or like a situation where it mattered, I might consider it, but like there's no need to turn it off right now. Like I'm not in a situation where me running that extra distance instead of attacking is really going to make that much of a difference. But yeah, I get what you're saying. So Christopher mentioned turning off point blank shot. That is like just to explain what he's saying. Point blank shot, having it toggled on, makes you actually get within 30 feet before you make your ranged attack. And your range beyond that is usually farther. So if you turn point blank off, you can attack instead of moving to attack, so you can get more attacks in some particular cases. But it's not particularly necessary all the time. But in some situations it can be pretty useful, yeah. Alright, so we meet Journo here. Then we're going to have one fight with a Hydra that is very easy. So we're going to turn turn-based off.
Save the last one for me.
We can have a conversation about why Chili Creek is so weird. But ultimately we can't do anything right now. So Cold Waters and I think the follow-up quest, Dark Waves, is actually a backer quest. if I remember correctly, which is why it sends you here so early game. However,
I am helpful.
we can also get these oppressor gloves, which give us a +2 bonus to persuasion skill checks made to intimidate. And whenever we critical hit an enemy, they get a -2 penalty on saving throws against mind affecting conditions, which means they are basically the perfect gloves for Ember, actually, because she uses persuasion skill checks all the time, so we get that bonus. And if we get a critical hit, she is going to be using a lot of mind affecting things. And then we're going to go into town and steal all their stuff. And there's a bit of a wilderness area to this map, but there's basically nothing in it, so it's not really worth exploring. What mythic past story did I like the best? Story-wise, I actually like the Aeon the most. The Aeon has a really cool story. The Gold Dragon, even though it's short, the quest to like actually fully transform into the Gold Dragon is really cool. I liked that one too.
Follow if you dare.
I am helpful, am I not?
Alright, so there's all the things, and then we can leave. You can explore this wilderness area, but there's basically nothing in it. Yeah, that's actually like the Aeon. Like, there's the Aeon puts like this aura on people that shows whether or not they've like broken some law or anything. So your character can just walk up to him and be like, "I've seen you've broken the law," and it's a bunch of nonsense. Deer that give free XP. Yeah, I don't think that XP is gonna make a significant difference in this run. All right, so. We're going to head back to our camp, unless we get exhausted. If we get exhausted, we'll actually go ahead and rest on the way there. Right, yeah, because we're about to hit it. Well, we're going to make it to camp. Nice. Alright, then we're going to rest.
You shamans are strange. It's like you wield magic like clerics, but with strange spirits instead of gods.
What does it matter where the power
I'm off.
Okay, and then we exit. Then we're going to go help out Regil, because if we help out Regil, we get a bunch of Hell Knights, which are very, very useful. First, we have to switch to Crusade mode to get that fort out of our way. We could conceivably take that one as well. What do we get for doing that? We get not much. We're going to leave that army alone. Just like we could probably beat it, but it doesn't give us a substantial reward, so who cares? Go ahead and take out this one after we do Regil stuff. Buff everybody up real quick.
Always ready.
Alright. we're gonna try to do some of this in turn-based because these gargoyles aren't very strong, and I don't want to get like there's a ton of these gargoyles, and most of them die pretty quickly, and I don't want to get caught in a loop of just like turn after turn after turn.
I will fight.
I do what I must.
Alright, we're slowly creeping our way up to level 7. Level 7 is going to be important for us.
The heartbeat quickens.
Alright. Forgot to turn on my Covenant of the Inheritor. That's a good bastard sword, but nobody we have uses bastard swords. Alright, and then she dies no matter what.
Their life ends here.
Yeah, the cleric's really annoying, so I want to target him specifically, but the rest of them or whatever. That Sela's a boss. Yeah, so we gave her Thundering Shockwave or Thundering Blows or whatever it is. So she deals damage even if she misses, which is fantastic. Yeah, Paladins get a Divine Bond, technically, at level 5, which can be an animal companion. But it's only ever a horse. So we gave Sela a horse animal companion, which is where we got the horse companion from.
Appreciate this.
More medium barding we can't use just yet. So, people keep asking like where I think I'll get to. You know what I think's going to kill a lot of people if they're not paying attention? If people actually make it to Act 5, there are several mobility checks in a certain area that if you fail them, it's instant death. Sela's not riding on her animal companion because I don't want her to. Like, you can choose to mount, but, you know, I prefer to have it as a separate entity. Alright, then we talk to Regil here.
Knight Commander, I agreed.
We jump straight to gargoyles. This fight is awful on higher difficulties. Like, they added so many gargoyles to this fight.
My name. When do I?
No, that must have hurt.
Yeah, there's talking about those checks. Yeah, there's a place you go in Act 5, and there's certain mobility checks there that you might attempt to try to skip some stuff. But if you do it and you fail, it's instant death.
Follow if you
Which is crazy, because most of your failed checks throughout the game are just damage. But there's a couple in that place where you just straight up die. Alright, so we get our wisdom circlet, which is for Carmela. Don't think it gives her 1 extra spell slot. And we'll throw, is that alignment? We will throw another Barkskin cast wouldn't be bad, but I don't really need it by any means. I think we'll go Sickening Entanglement just in case anything pops up.
I'll watch your back.
Here soon we'll stop using Animate Dead. Its usefulness is pretty good when you get it, but it falls off. Alright, then we have to pass this mobility check, and we should be able to pass that very easily. Yeah, so we only need to roll a 4.
A trivial task.
Then we get some more cool stuff. Namely a Ring of Protection +2, which we will hand off to Sela. Then use hers on our main guy.
I'm off.
And then here's a fun Dark Souls reference that I always laugh at. In what act? Act 5, yeah. Oh, then I gotta talk to Regil.
I do
Almost
what
forgot.
I must.
Then we can recruit. Not that we're actually going to be using him, but now that we have him. Alright, there's plenty more experience. We're getting closer and closer to level 7. So what is the competition? Last Azlanti mode. No mercs, no respects. Basically, if your main character dies, that's it for you. Basically, it's just like an Iron Man run with a few more rules. All right. There's some shield bearers we don't really need. We'll move the Hell Knights up though. And because we've focused on Master of Maneuver with this specific general, we can just add them right in. And then we're going to skip 1 day. Scout out a little bit. And then we're going to double back. We should be okay to fight this now. Because we can recruit more troops, which is what we're about to do. Ah, wait, hold on. Ah! One of the things I hope they change is exactly how easy it is to maneuver your armies and things around the map, because that can get pretty frustrating. Alright. So now we're going to send... What's that? These guys up here go... And our other army is going to meet them. And then we're going to take that out for a quest. But we'll wait for the next day to do that. Heal Ember with potions real quick. head up to the Nameless Ruins to do Ninio's quest. And also get some more items.
I'll take
You're
care
a
of it.
good person. I like you.
Are we ready to move out?
We should move.
Get everybody all buffed up, and then we have some ghouls to fight. Which, now that we're getting pretty strong, I'm going to leave turn-based off outside of a few exceptions. Like, we'll probably have it on later on once we get a couple of Ninio's spells that need a little more micromanagement on top of the stuff I already do, but we're going to turn on real time with pause for a little bit. Just because I don't really need to turn base anything right now. How many streamers are participating in this? I think in total there was like 25 originally. One person already died. I don't know if anybody else died today because I haven't checked, but I think the total number was about that 23 or 24 or something like that. Right, kind of in that number. Alright, there's a couple checks here. Yeah, there it is. And where's the other one? There it is.
I refuse to accept
Ah, it
their
caught me.
statement.
Oh no! My dumb pet triggered the trap, but it should be fine because it's just one enemy. Stinking Cloud stuns all your guys for a minute. Well, everyone that's in it, really, not just your enemies, but... not a big deal. Kind of funny, to be honest. Where did that one person die? They died to the water elemental.
We do it my way.
I am helpful. Am I not?
Alright, and then if we pass this will check, we get another ring of protection.
It's just not my lucky day.
Nah, failed it. That sucks. Okay.
A bright future awaits us. Good.
I'm always open to ideas.
Yes.
Alright, and then we'll throw that on. The intelligence circlet for Ninio. And that should be it for the moment.
They will not expect my strike. No time for debate.
Nice. Okay, so that's the cave cleared out where we got a lot of good stuff, and then we just gotta make our way down to the bottom of this little like quarry style thing. There is actually an AI option, Hugo, that allows you to set your companions to use their spells by themselves. They're just not very good at it. But you can set them up to cast spells on their own.
Interesting.
They're just really bad at aiming them. Okay, and then we got some plagued bears. These guys are not nearly as strong as you would think. They can come off a little intimidating by looking at them, but they are not that strong at all.
I hope you appreciate this.
There's something here.
And there's that trap.
I am helpful, am I not?
Interesting.
And there's this little puzzle, which you get hints around the ruins as to how to do this, but it's the 2 circles and then the 2 bars left of the lion's face. And then we can get our phylactery of channeling, which we're going to give to Sela, because after Act 1, that helmet, it falls off very much so in terms of value, and we didn't use it a ton to begin with. Did I specifically disable rewinding for my YouTube stream, or by mistake? No, I haven't disabled that at all. It might just be a YouTube thing going on right now. Okay, and then we have Nenio's thing where she finds out that she is a kitsune, or she remembers that she's a kitsune.
Who are you? Also, there is a more important question. By the way, did you know? But I am the void, and it does. Each of them is. I don't think I'm not the world wounded.
And that gives us Nenio's quest, which is very long.
Follow if you dare.
Alright, so we're going to talk to Sela at camp. And then go do the leper's smile. So if you die, your run is just over, even if you can res. So if your main character dies, then that's it. They can't, like, it just game overs you because you're on this Iron Man mode, so you can't resurrect your main character. But yeah, if like a companion dies, it's pretty easy to resurrect them. Okay, so we're done there. Now we're going to head back to camp, finish Sela's quest by talking to her, rest, and then we will head off for Leper's Smile. Can we respec? No, we're not allowed to respec. Can't respec, can't reload during combat, can't reload during, like, to make reloading dialogue checks easier, that type of thing, so... Alright, bulk selling, get rid of these bows. Don't need that. Can't use the hammers, we're holding on to that. Tyranny of the Mind we'll hold on to. Can't use that. That's done, that's done. We'll keep the blur, bark skin we don't need. We'll sell the alchemist potions that we don't need. Holy water can go. Okay, that should be everything we're really wanting to sell at the moment, and then we go talk to Sela to wrap her quest up. Who did I romance first time through the game? Actually no one. I don't usually focus on the romance stuff at all. Which weapon am I going to use? Well, my kineticist doesn't use weapons, so... Alright, there's some free experience just for wrapping up Sila's main quest. And then we're fatigued, so we're about to rest and heal everybody up before we go do Leper's Smile. And we should be like level 7 either during or after Leper's Smile. Leper's Smile is an important place though. Alright, just hit R. I always forget you can just hit R sometimes while I'm in town. If you guys are interested, what I'm looking at on my phone right now is Owlcat just updated the leaderboards. So if you go to the Reddit thread where it's at, the leaderboard should be updated, or their Twitter should have the updates. They've been posting them there as well. Doesn't look like anybody else died, though. Everyone romanced Aru the first time around, I bet. Nah, so here's the thing. I cover romances in my reviews sometimes just because people care about them, but I could not care less about romance in games personally. It means absolutely nothing to me. But some people really find enjoyment in that piece of content, so I'll usually mention it, but it's not something I go out of my way to do, ever. Okay, so switch to our crusade real quick. Have Army 1 meet Army 2. We're going to go see about getting rid of these guys. Ooh, I don't know. We won. We didn't lose a lot of troops. I could potentially try to do it. I'm going to try to do it manually. I feel like we can lose less people than that. Is there a link where we can follow the competition challenge trainings? So they've been posting it on their Twitter. There is a Reddit thread on both the Pathfinder Reddit as well as Owlcat's own Reddit where they're updating all of that stuff. I'll try to give you guys a link here in a minute. Why did that... It just randomly skipped my first few turns. That was weird. Only got 23 left. Use our stone throw, which we tried to do originally. Only killed one. Okay. Still in good shape. Since they're going to force my archers into melee, I'm going to attack the lower health ones. Smite Evil You. Something that actually, yeah, it did give me more damage. That's weird. Wouldn't figure that would work against flies, but... Get those guys out of the way. Okay. I'm going to heal up our clerics because they take up a bunch of your infirmary bar. Kill those guys. They're attacking you. Double hit. There's another one gone. That's the lowest health one, so we'll start there. Nice. Oh, look at our archers using their bow again. didn't lose any troops that time, or at least we won't. Does flanking or positioning make a difference damage-wise in these battles? Not in a particular way, no. None of them are particularly difficult, but there are like buffs and stuff you can give to like AC and things, but I don't think flanking or anything like that really does anything. So that gives us a breastplate as well as a thing for later for a crusade quest. I'm going to pick up penetrating strike. That breastplate +2 I think is an upgrade for Camilla, yeah. And then we're going to go ahead and move our army as far back over here as we can, since that's basically everything on that side of the river anyway. And then we're going to move our guys up towards Leper's Smile. But first we got to do this. Why don't I protect your archers with the melee? Because all of these battles are super easy and it's simply not necessary. Sometimes people try to apply a level of strategy on simple fights that is simply not worth taking the time to do. And as long as your infirmary bar isn't topped out by the end of the fight, you're still gonna keep all of your people. So.
I wonder. I am yours to command.
That's our note.
I do what I must.
Wow, where was it? Always thought that was an exit map. I'm in Act 3 and I really don't enjoy these battles, it's just repetitive. Yeah, so that's why I turn the actual battle itself on auto mode for the most part. I only fight them manually if I think I can actually keep a significant portion of my troops rather than actually, you know, as opposed to fighting it. Okay, forward to Leper's Smile. Swear to God if we're fatigued. Okay. Alright. Gonna heal Camilla before we get there. We'll probably turn turn-based on inside Leper's Smile just because the cave there has a bunch of annoying fights. So we get this text event. You convene a council to, like, put your troops in charge of. Seal gives you the best result. Okay. Turn-based on. Get everybody buffed.
My skills are absolute.
Okay. And now, talk to Anivia. You can get some magical items if you try to loot the caravans instead of saving your troops, but I don't personally think that is worth it because the magic items aren't that great.
Save the last one for me.
Now these Vescivore swarms should, between our Kineticist and Ember, we should not have a hard time at all. We're gonna let them come to us though, unless we can charge. Okay, she gets her change shape thing now, but we don't really need it. I don't know why she keeps putting mirror image everywhere. Okay, magic missiles, I think. I remember something here being immune to magic missiles. Don't remember offhand what it was. Yeah, it's a pretty fun item. Or a pretty fun game overall, for sure. Nice. Use Burning Arc if she can. No, she's not going to get far enough up. There's the Royal Guard. And the Swarm itself. Nice. Surprised I did enough damage with my Smilodon to kill that thing, actually. Okay.
Punish me for I failed.
Okay, we're going to try to save the guy in this crevice if we can. Nice.
Let's prove their logic is lacking.
But that does give us a fight with a Veskavor Swarm.
No match for me.
Oh, it's this. Okay, yeah, the swarms are immune to magic missile. That's what it was. I was like, something is immune to magic missile here. We are going Azada Mythic Path. All right, and then we just have the Queen left.
We do it my way.
The Queen is kind of annoying on like core and above because she can hit you with confusion. So can the swarms.
Do not waver.
Okay. Move her closer. Don't think I've got the range. Yeah. Basically just move everybody up. Yeah, Azada's really good at making your entire party very strong. It focuses less on your individual power and more about your power as a team. You get a bunch of teamwork feats for free. You give everybody buffs through the bard abilities that they kind of get. You get Ivu. Which splash damage, or which splash do you prefer on a two-handed frontliner? 3 and two-handed fighter, 1 in monk, or 4 mutation warrior? Personally, I like Mutation Warrior just because I think it's really cool. But for some people, cool isn't good enough. They have to be the best. And I don't really like min-maxing. So personally, I would go Mutation just because it's fun. Alright, then we cast, extend. Oh no, we failed spell resistance. Oh, what a terrible roll. Alright.
I'll rip you apart.
Alright, our level 2 Smilodon is a real pain. Once we hit level 7, we'll be able to make our Smilodon like a full-fledged, like level-appropriate animal companion. Man, we're having a really hard time hitting the spell resistance of this thing. This should kill it though if it hits. Yeah. What would I suggest for a second playthrough between Aeon and Trickster? Trickster's great for damage. Aeon is good for the story if you're more interested in that. Okay, so there's our level up. Fantastic. So level 7 is an important level for us as a group. So, for a few specific reasons. Most of our guys, it's kind of just an average level, but... Now that... I don't believe... I think I already got everything, like the main thing yeah, the main stuff I needed I already got with him, so kind of just whatever I want to do here. Flank martial art. So, I think we're going to grab dodge just for the extra AC. I could pick up deadly aim, which does affect kinetic blast, but I'm not really interested in the minus to the chance to hit, frankly. So we're going to go dodge. And this is the level we get our blood blast. But it does increase our burn cost a little bit, so it's hard to use empowered with this right now, but we will get a chance to do that one later. But overall, this is going to do way more damage. Okay, keep leveling everybody up here. Selective channel is pretty cool overall, but not really what we need here. I think we already grabbed... Yeah, so we're going... Toughness for her. If I can grab it, yeah. This just gives her more health. For Camilla, or Camellia, whatever. I can never pronounce anybody's name right. We're going Piranha Strike. Winduog, Demon Slayer, Boon Companion. And then for our combat style feat, we can pick up something else. Personally, I like Point Blank Master. However, I think we're going to go Mini Shot for right now. So because she's a ranger, she got both her feats. But picking up Boon Companion just brought her animal companion to level 7. So now we have a full animal companion with our ranger. Alright, and then for Ninio, we wanted, I think it was Greater Spell Pen. Yeah. And this is where she starts to get fun. So we just so we're picking up Phantasmal Killer. And I hate Shadow Conjuration. We don't need Acid Pit. The other thing doesn't really matter. The main thing we're picking up here is Phantasmal Killer. So this is what starts making her a fun character to play. Because Phantasmal Killer is ridiculous. Especially if you stack Spell Penetration so it can actually hit things. Because it will just instant kill things. And then we're going to go Confusion for the other one. Now the problem is, Phantasmal Killer is mind affecting and won't affect everything, but it will actually affect a great many of the demons. Because most demons are actually not immune to Phantasmal Killer. Alright, and then we're going to pick up Greater Spell Pen for her as well, so she can hit things a little more consistently. Her spells don't matter as much, to be honest. We got Molten Orb just because we can. And for 3, I think we'll pick up, probably grab Dispel Magic. Because she can cast that spontaneously, which is super handy.
War must end.
Okay, and then we'll get our animal companions up to snuff. Warwick T says, hi, me again. Any way to clear the character sheet during a conversation? If the character sheet's up during a conversation, that's probably a bug. It shouldn't be happening. That is unholy. Yeah, so Kinetic Blast. You can actually use Zippy Magic with Kinetic Blast. I think if you're using the Energy Blast specifically. Okay, and then for our guy, what do we have? Picked up Blind Fight. We have Weapon Focus. Sweet. So So this particular one is our kind of tankier one. Probably grab power attack. Yeah, power attack wouldn't be bad at all. Could pick up dazzling display as well. What's the... Hold on. I want to check the requirements on this. Base attack, dazzling display. We have the strength, so yeah, I could do that. We won't have the persuasion checks really though to make the checks for that, so I don't think that would be a useful way to go. Because we're not going persuasion on this one. So, I think, I don't know, I don't like, we'll go ahead and pick up power attack, why not? Doesn't matter that much. Now for our aggressor, I believe, I need to double check, I think, on our feet we need to look, one of the, because this one we are going the intimidation route, however, one of the, I think it's just dreadful, yeah. So you have to get a little more strength for that. I think that's just dreadful. I think we can use everything else until then. Alright, so... Then again, we could pick up cleave as well. That's pretty cool. Not so much for our natural attacks, though. And then should be one more level, I believe. Dazzling display and... Alright, so I don't think we could pick up dreadful even if we wanted to, but we'll have to put a few... Put a few points into our strength before we can even do that. Yeah, so base attack bonus would keep us from doing it anyway, like right now, but later on we'll be able to pick that up and that'll be fun. For right now, though, we can pick up Cornagon Smash. And we are using power attack through our aggressor. And then... I don't think we gave it any barding feats. Yeah. Okay. Now we need to check out spell slots real quick. So... we are going all Phantasmal Killer. Plenty of everything else. We'll throw displacement right there. We'll grab some more acid arrow. This is just to give her like one damaging attack in some situations, but to be honest with you, it's not like amazing for her by any means. And then give her another mage armor cast. And then pick up Thorn Body for Camellia, as well as Stone Skin. And then, Animate Dead at this point is basically already useless. Like its usefulness falls off very quickly. So I think instead we will pick up Dispel Magic, because I've already got all of this other stuff covered elsewhere. I'll grab another Entangle just in case anything comes up. That's a super low difficulty check, but it's occasionally useful, and I don't think I can put Enlarge anywhere yet. Her first level stuff isn't super handy.
I'll watch your back.
Okay. Sort everybody's bars out real quick.
My skills are absolute.
No reason to pause. We will win this war.
Oh, she just gets Challenge Evil right now. Does she get... I don't think she got another spell slot yet. No, okay, yeah, she did. Protection from energy.
Open your heart to me.
Piranha Strike. Dispel. Okay. And then Wind Duog doesn't really get anything special. Ninio, Phantasmal Killer.
Yes.
Alright, so we should be good to go. Yeah, yeah. So, like, a lich can make better use. Like, if you go into, like, the feats and stuff to augment your summons, it can be decent to, like, you keep using Animate Dead. But if you're just using the base version of the spell, it falls off pretty quickly. Whoops. Okay. So, we're going to rest real quick, rebuff everyone, and then take on the cave.
It's easy to do tricks like me.
I find it easier to imagine the...
Lost my cursor there for a second. Okay, get everybody buffed back up.
Yes.
Oh, yes, what?
Yes.
Time to act.
Okay. Now we clear this cave. Yeah, I would not personally sleep here, but, you know, we can certainly make these game characters do it. Okay. We're going to turn-based off for some of these easier fights. But when we go around to fight some of the bigger demons down here, we'll turn turn-based back on. But against some of these low-level undead, it's really not necessary.
What's on your mind? I wonder. I am helpful, am I not? Mind over muscle.
Yeah, somebody mentioned that you can see like a blood rain and like environmental effects later on. Yeah, that's also a terrible place to sleep, hence the corruption mechanic. Pretty metal effect though. Alright, so from here on out, our party is going to start getting very strong, which was the plan to begin with. Doesn't necessarily mean everything will go well for us late game, but combat-wise, we should be almost set for the next couple acts. We'll be in a very good place. We'll throw that dex belt on our ranger. Alright. We could just grab the claw and end this fight, but I want the experience first. Come on. There it is. Okay. So we're going to hide the wand. We don't need to set it free because we already killed the worst of them. The only thing that setting the thing in the wand free does is kills all the undead around, which is handy, but unnecessary for us right now. So our horse took a beating there, so we're actually going to... We have a restoration scroll, which will replace all those negative levels. Not worried about the death's door, to be honest, because animal companions, even if they die, the next time you rest, they immediately get resurrected on their own. And then we have Hunter's Assurance. Is that a better bow than... no. We'll keep using Wicked for now. Probably, yeah, I can't handle that because it's not a we'll give it to her for right now, and then we'll swap it. We'll go ahead and give her that crossbow, even though she's not using it. We're actually going to give her a quarterstaff here soon that gives her free fireball casts once we pick it up at Lost Chapel. You winning, Morty? Yeah, so far I'm winning. Haven't died anyway. Oh, we'll grab all that. If anybody's ever curious why all this stuff is like actually here and everything, you find all this down here because the museum / temple in Canabris was raided, and this is where they brought all the treasures from. Okay, so we're going to switch her out of Finian and to Mind Piercer, and that means we're going to move Finian to Sela. Who is still just using base Radiance, but now she's using Finian, which is a little bit better. Until we upgrade Radiance, of course. Alright, so just making sure I got everything. Radiance. Okay. So I don't know if anything has a low enough will save, but I'm going to try to show you guys what Ninio... she's still a little early. We actually need a little bit more to make it worth it. But Ninio's going to start using Phantasmal Killer, and here in a couple levels, the DC on that is going to be like 30. And it's basically going to outright kill a ton of stuff if it's not immune to mind affecting. There's that longsword +2. Is that? I don't remember if that's better than Finian or not. 2, 9, 3, 10. It depends on if you want the ghost touch. It'll be a little bit better damage-wise for a while.
I'm off.
Okay. We're going to turn turn-based back on. Start just annihilating these swarms, which we should be able to do pretty easily. I don't, yeah, that'll cost us burn.
Strike!
Do not fear. Do not waver.
One-shot that swarm. Nah, I'd still only get the one attack right now. So we'll wait. We'll have her wait. That gets its turn skipped. We'll charge with the Smilodon instead. There we go. Now that our animal companion is level, our Smilodon is level 7, it'll start getting its Pounce feat, which gives it its full attacks when it charges. There is a... yeah, so there's a trap somewhere over here. The sound is so quiet. Yeah, people were complaining it was too loud yesterday, so I turned it down. Plus this, like this little cave right here in general is very quiet. It's more background music than anything else here. Okay. And then
You are today's sacrifice.
No match for me.
nice. That Beskavor swarms will come for us. Oh yeah, I did forget Turindalev's Claw, didn't I? Should probably go pick that up before I forget about it. Okay.
I'll remove this obstacle. You won't stop us.
You should have run!
Alright, there's that one. And then we got one more swarm over there, but we're going to let it come over to us.
Go for their hearts.
Better go back and grab that claw before I completely forget about it. Would mass undead merc cleric builds work on hard or unfair? I usually just play core. Potentially. I can't say it's something I've tested. The stat increase from even core to unfair is ridiculous, so things that work on core might not necessarily always work on unfair. There we go. Good thing everybody reminded me about that. I probably would have forgot about it. Not that, like, we're probably not going to go Gold Dragon or anything, so it's not like we would have lost anything substantial, but the extra quest completion for the experience will be nice. Okay, and then there's at least one Darachne over here, and then there's the Vrox as well as the Retriever. The Retriever is very capable of hitting you a lot physically. The Darachne will try to use drone on you.
Death is life's final surprise.
But protection from evil can really help with that. It gives you a bonus to the saves against it.
I'm always ready.
I refuse to accept their statement.
And then, wow, that might be the lowest damage we've done on our blast in a minute. Where is my actual... Oh, there it is. Wow. That was a terrible roll. 5d6 and we rolled like an 11 and then plus the 12. Okay. Didn't hit spell resistance. What is the... Low spell resistance. Okay-ish will save, so...
They'll beg me to stop.
Alright, and then go ahead and use Smite Evil.
Into the fray.
I doubt we'll make the saves on this. These guys are hard to hit. Other demons have lower... Yeah, we didn't even hit the spell resistance. We had a terrible roll there too. Nabasu, Succubi, and Incubi are some of the easiest to hit with Phantasmal Killer. But after Lost Chapel is when Ninio starts to get even better. Because once we do Lost Chapel, we can pick up the improved Abundant Casting, which gives us even more slots for levels 4, 5, and 6 in terms of our spells.
I'll cut you wide open.
And she gets a lot more casts of that at that point. Poison Communal. Yeah, that con poison, that one's not even that bad. And because they're evil, even protection from evil gives you bonuses to the saves against their attacks. So.
Guide my blade.
Alright, we're not going to waste another spell slot on that. We will... Oh, we just hit it with the regular, which shouldn't really do much of anything, but... It should be dead after this if we hit... Which actually messed up there.
Too late for apologies.
There we go.
I'll rip you apart.
Nice. Alright.
There's something here.
Loot. Disarm that trap.
I hope you
Walk this way because there's more traps over there. I think there's a swarm and one more Darachne over here.
We should move.
Should
Don't
be able
hold
to hit
back.
heartbeat quicken.
There we go. That's some damage. Jeez. Okay, and then... Oh, forgot to move our animal companions, so they wound up all the way over there. What's going on, guys? Everybody waving in the chat. Okay, and then we'll Smite Evil. Don't think I can reach anybody with charge. Yeah, it's still only gonna give me one attack though, because we only have our standard action.
No match for me.
Come on, move. Alright, and then... She's not actually gonna be able to do that either. That first round, sometimes you only get the one action, so you can't actually move and everything. Magic missiles.
You should have listened to reason.
Okay.
Strike!
Any luck, this will just kill. Yeah, there we go. Camilla got hit with confusion, but it should fade off in just a second. And then we get to pick up this really cool mace. Too fast for you? Sorry if this has been asked before, but what is your favorite companion? Story-wise, probably Ember. Like actual usefulness-wise, I like Camilla. That's just empty. And Winduog's also pretty great. Honestly, they gave you a pretty good options for companions this time around because honestly, a bunch of them are pretty useful. Oh, hold on. We need to discover a trap and then come back. So I can see the disarm, which is all the way over here, because I don't want to have to do that twice. And we're almost done with Leper's Smile. Once we clear out this cave and actually pass this ability check. Then we get dumped right into a fight with a retriever. So on some difficulties, and sometimes I've noticed that combat will start immediately, and then other times I've noticed that it actually gives you a second to prepare for this fight.
I'll rip you apart.
Now this thing is immune to quite a bit actually. So... Turn off. Like sometimes when you hit inspect, it doesn't actually turn off when you hit it again. It's really annoying. So am I taking cleaving shot or abundant casting first with Windu? She took cleaving shot. She's already got it. Cleaving shot with her is ridiculous. Like cleaving shot in general is just ridiculous.
No glory without risk.
So retrievers can deal some serious damage. They are annoying.
No match for me.
Mind over muscle. You are today's sacrifice.
This will hurt!
But he is dead, and then if we can pass a perception check over here,
Interesting.
we can pick up this +2, or +1 rather, amulet with a +4 morale bonus on saving throws against poison. Which will be great for Windu, as she does not have a necklace on yet.
Follow if you dare.
And we can undo the trap there, which will let us go kill the Vrox. Dion said, "Oh my god, this fight. I think you might have reacted a little too soon there. That fight was not a big deal." Okay, Ember. One more.
Yes.
Nice. Alright, and then there are Vrox over here, which are also guarding an item. I don't remember off the top of my head what it is, but mostly we're killing them for the XP.
Let me draw the
Some more Vescivore swarms.
The light. Take you.
who would I consider the worst companion in the game?
They'll beg me to stop.
Like, from what angle? Just from like combat effectiveness, or like which companion do I like the least? On core, it probably would have killed Camellia with that beam. Yeah, it's quite possible. When I fought him on core, he actually just meleeed down one of my animal companions, and I was able to kill him the next turn. But he did kill an animal companion. Kineticist falls off on higher difficulty unless you cheese. Well, you don't necessarily have to cheese, but basically everything falls off on higher difficulties. Like, I have a Kineticist that is basically this build that I use on core that's perfectly fine. But on higher difficulties, they run into the same problem that everything else runs into, and that it becomes incredibly hard to hit anything. Alright, so these two rocks, there should be another one over here.
Tear your throat out.
Or is it just one on normal? I'm used to there being two back here. Okay, yeah, okay, there's two. I was pretty sure there was two even on normal. Can Kineticist still do that broken earth pit thing? Yeah, deadly earth I think it is. That still is a thing, yeah. Hopefully, we'll kill these guys. They like to cast Mirror Image first thing, which is annoying.
Go for their hearts.
Nice. Okay, then we can get some loot here. Alright, and that's it for the cave, so we'll head back up top. We'll do a quick run to grab all the loot around Leper's Smile, and then we'll be done with this. Do I think developers will have to adjust the difficulties a bit? Unfair seems to be too literal. I sincerely doubt they will, because Kingmaker's the same way, and they never bothered to reduce it. If anything, the challenge comes from finding a way around it. Okay. We'll poke around Leper's Smile a bit first, see what we can pick up, because you can still loot some stuff there, even if you went straight for the Queen. Yeah, the unfair difficulty is one of those difficulties that actually lives up to its name for once. It's literally designed to be unfair. A lot of times, even with perfectly built builds, you'll just get unlucky and die. Lunarea says, Leper's Smile already making headway. Yeah, so when this game was in beta and I had access and I was making it for content, I cleared through the end of beta so many times. And because of that, I know where everything is. I know what I'm looking for. I know where all the quests are. And because I'm skipping the cutscenes and the dialogue a lot as well, we're just plowing right through it. Gems. Just picking up the last of the items we can find here. Which won't be much. You can actually get some magic items if you go here first, but then you lose a bunch of your troops and the morale goes down, which I think is honestly way worse than not getting some magic items you're going to out-level by the end of the act.
Interesting. Okay, so that's it. Now we can head for the world map.
We got a few more places to clear out, but the big thing is Lost Chapel. I don't know that we'll finish Act 2 today, but I would very much so like to get at least through Lost Chapel. Alright, we don't really need any of that junk.
I'm off.
Love that ghost. I saw a pic on Reddit of some getting hit for 100 damage could unfair on level 3. Yeah, it can definitely happen. We're going to do the quest to recruit Aru Chalet early, but we're not actually going to recruit her early, no. Okay, now we're going to switch to our crusade for a second. Wait, hold on. Did I recruit anyone? No. Week hasn't passed yet, so we can't recruit anyone just yet. So we need to clear a few different places. So, we lost a couple of fighters there, but who cares? 1,500, nice. Alright, we could clear that fort, but the second I do and I rest there, it's going to switch over to Lost Chapel, which I don't want to do yet. So we're going to kill a few more of these armies up here that I can kill easily. A few more fighters there, but not a big deal. And then we're going to kill this last one here. More finance points, nice. Okay, now the main thing we need to get by is this right here, which is a bunch of incubi, which can be very annoying. So, we're going to skip a few days till our recruitment pops. There it is. Recruit all these guys, both them and them. Oh, we'll have to... This annoys me. You can't recruit more than like 3 units all at once, but as you can see, if we're killing everything, we should have plenty of finance points for this. Oh, how did I just win that auto fights crusade? Yeah, the little auto crusade, like the actual battles, you can turn those to auto resolve. You just have to have the crusade mode on. Because it's possible to turn crusade mode on and skip everything. Or have auto turned off or whatever. Okay. Ouch, we still can't do that yet. Skip day. And then... Don't think we'll... Yeah, we'll make it exactly there. Nice. Oh. There's lots of res. Another chapter. Yeah. So, throw you in there, and then move our other unit over here. Skip a day, and then... Alright, we lost a ton of troops there. I'm going to fight that manually and see how we do. Because we have a bunch of clerics that we can cast evil with. Okay. So we can use stone throw right out of the gate. Kill a bunch of them, hopefully. Nice. And our archers can kill a bunch as well. And then that, yeah, so that guy's going to cast a raid that's going to kill a bunch of our archers. pressed space to end my cleric's turn and it skipped my Hell Knights on me. So their general will always just obliterate any archers you have. It's pretty annoying. Why did I go with Ranger, by the way? I always go Sork, spell, AoE just murders armies. So Ranger lets you recruit more troop types pretty much immediately, which I like. Got an extra attack. Nice. Nice. And almost got him. Jeez. Yeah, this guy's like Fire Blast do just a nonsense amount of damage. Nice. And then we lost basically all of our archers. But that's not a big deal. We can get them back. Okay, and then marksmanship. That was the only thing we needed to kill right there. We're not going to fight the rest. We only wanted to clear that fort so we could get down to the underground hideout. And then put you there. Move you up. We'll go to the inconspicuous camp real quick, because that's just a conversation you can have. Yeah, there's not a ton of enemy generals in general, though. There's a few, obviously, but there's not a ton. So we can talk to Krenook, who is a friendly kobold, who won't attack you, but he'll give you advice time to time if you come talk to him. If you're ever curious, by the way, this is a backer NPC that they made. Okay. And if you come here from time to time, it'll give you like information. Okay. And that should be it for there, and then we can leave and carry on. And then we need to do Dayran's quest as well as the underground cave. The underground cave is what we're going to try to do first. Probably have to rest before we get there because it takes a long, like this area right up here is just a ridiculous travel time. Like basically a whole day has passed from here to here. I don't know why it always tries to make Sela do alchemy when I leave her on the night shift. Oh. Backer, underground hideouts. So I'm sure you're chapping now, not dealing with that. Yeah, so the boss cure can be annoying, absolutely, but he drops an amazing piece of armor that you can get that we'll probably give to Camilla or Windu. Okay. Oh, yeah, there's that ruined hamlet of Ashbury. Yeah, so you go there as part of a quest in Act 3. There's like a location right here called like a ruined hamlet of, I think, Ashbury or something like that. It has a ridiculous level draining ghost that is there. There is a Aeon quest that will actually send you to that location, I believe. Okay.
You're a good person. I like my unbiased judgment.
everybody all buffed up here.
I'm always ready.
Now I can usually destroy this dude on core with this build, like with this setup. So I'm gonna be really annoyed if I have problems.
That was easy.
What do we have here? I am helpful. Am I not?
Yeah, like that's what I was saying. You can go to there, like the hamlet as part of a quest, but you can go there as soon as Act 2. I could go there right now if I wanted to.
We do it my way.
There's no in-game sound? Is that just one person, or is there actually no in-game sound? Because the in-game sound is on, and the broadcaster has the sound on, so there should be in-game sound. Can nobody hear the in-game sound? Okay. Luna Rhea, that might just be you, because I got people telling me that they can hear the in-game sound. Alright, so we're going to step in here and probably be attacked by... There's two, like, stealthed incubi. Wait, who was... oh, sorry, not RDL, not Luna Rhea, sorry. Luna Rhea was replying to somebody with no sound, and I misread it. Okay, so there's this guy, and there's one other succubi that's still stealthed over there somewhere.
Don't hold back!
Or incubi, rather, sorry. Oh, there he is.
I'll cut you wide open.
All right.
Into the fray!
Alright, these guys are about dead, so I'm not going to waste it, but... They have a very low will and fortitude save, which makes them very susceptible to Phantasmal Killer. It's easier to hit these guys with Phantasmal Killer than it is to hit most things. But they're half dead already, so we're not going to waste the spells on that.
I'll rip you apart!
Okay. So there's them.
I'm off.
I found something.
There's a little mini boss at the end of this cave who can be a
I
real
hope you appreciate this.
problem. And there's a couple will-o-wisps. Like right here. That's them shimmering there.
I do what I must. This will
There
be
they are.
quick.
I was like, if you can see him before you go down there to fight that guy, you can kill him up here. Stux is asking me to kill Staunton with hideous laughter. I probably won't, but yes. If you go down and fight the boss and you haven't killed or found these will-o-wisps, they'll join that fight and try to kill you, which is annoying.
Strike!
The spirits demand your blood.
They'll beg me to stop!
I will help where I can.
You'll see the quick channel energy, and then we're gonna hit protection from evil communal.
There's something here.
Then we're gonna undo that trap that I almost forgot about.
Open your heart to me.
And then we're gonna fight this guy. So this guy's definitely worth killing, but he can be annoying.
I am never wrong.
Save the last one for me.
Okay. Alright, so Ninio. Hopefully she'll get the kill, but these guys are very susceptible to Phantasmal Killer, which if they fail 2 saves is instant death. Oh, we just did damage. He passed his Fortitude throwing save. Just barely. He rolled a 20. But if he had failed that, he would have died immediately. And there's Shivail. He'll cast a bunch of buffs on himself. We'll use Battle Spirit and then walk forward. And we couldn't get lucky enough to slumber him, I doubt. What's his will save? 21. Yeah, there's no chance we're doing that. Critical missed on Windu. That sucks. Gonna smite evil him and then keep going forward. Man, I'm still streaming. Yeah, I'm trying to get a bunch of this done for the competition here. Plus, I had a few days off, so I was like, well, might as well get as far as I can. Phantasmal. Come on, just kill that guy. Ha! Yeah, so Phantasmal Killer can be instant death if they fail 2 saves, and that's kind of what we're going for with Ninio. She's going to be our support caster, which is to say buffs and things. And then on low save monsters, we're going to use her to just try to insta-shot the annoying ones, because Nabasu, Incubi, Succubi, all of them have low will and low fortitude saves, which makes them very susceptible to Phantasmal Killer. Now this guy has a ton of extra because it's gonna be hard to hit his spell resistance actually, because it's 25, so I gotta roll like a 12 or better. And this dude really loves to cast a bunch of buffs on himself. Alright, so there's 0 chance of us hitting him with Phantasmal Killer because his will save is so high. So we're going to cast Haste on everybody and then move forward. Meta magicking Phantasmal to get more cast of it then. Yeah, we'll be doing some stuff with Phantasmal. It's going to be fun. For right now, though, just on normal, we're kind of getting the basics of it. I think we have to hit extended to actually hit him from here. Which he's tough to hit, honestly.
Go for their heart.
I could probably dispel him a little bit if I really wanted to, but not that concerned about it. With haste, we should be more than fine. There we go. Alright, then he drops a Belt of Physical Flow, a Cloak of Resistance +2, and the Chainmail of Camaraderie. Which for some reason, when you bring it up in the chat there, it never actually gives the proper stats to, but it's a medium armor with 9 base and then 4 dex AC, which is fantastic. Which we can give to either Camellia or Windu. We're going to give it to Camellia, though, because she's more front line than Windu is. And we'll give her Breastplate +2 to Windu. And that's about outlived its usefulness. Do animal companions take a party slot? No, they do not. And then over here, we get a ring for Sela that will give her more uses of Smite Evil, which in an evil campaign is very good. Give the Cloak of Resistance to... I think everybody else has a +2 already. Yeah, so we'll give it to Ninio. Belt of Physical Flow is Strength and Dex, so... Nobody really needs Strength and Dex. But Camilla doesn't have a thing at all, so we'll give it to her. She doesn't really make any use out of the Strength part of it, though.
my way.
Hold on, guys. I'm replying to some stuff. Oh no! Somebody else got eliminated. So the ghost I was just telling you guys about in the ruins of that Ashbury place, it killed somebody. That's actually funny because we were just talking about that. Drast Gaming was the competitor. Oh, did you mention that already, Lunaray? Sorry, I haven't been, like, honestly keeping up with chat, like, amazingly well. Been focusing on all the fights.
I'm off.
Oh, Lord. He took 128 damage. Jeez. And did he go down to, I imagine his party got destroyed, but I wonder how much, like, because that dude will do negative levels too, which are really rough. Hold on, just taking a quick break to read this. Oh yeah, he posted the clip in the Discord. I'll have to check that out later. I'm kind of curious. That sucks. Okay. Alright, so now we're going to go to Heaven's Edge to do Dayran's quest. To which we will change party. We'll drop Ember and just bring in Tim. This is a non-combat quest, so it really doesn't matter who you have with you. Yeah, so that's one of those things where, like, I could see that mistake easily happening if you didn't know what was in that place. Like, I know it's there, so obviously I'm not going to that place because, you know, I have no way of killing that thing, like, reliably. Especially on, like, a last Azlanti compensation, but that sucks. Okay. Padone says, I've seen you also have a Twitch channel. As someone who just recently discovered your content, is there a reason you stream on YouTube instead, or do you alternate, maybe? I have a Twitch channel, that is correct. That does exist. However, I almost never use it because, frankly, it's very hard. Twitch is much more difficult to deal with, like, chat and moderate it and make sure people are being cool. Whereas YouTube, I can turn on, like, all these various modes and stuff that just make it easier to manage. And Twitch, the people on Twitch, not that they're, like, you know, worse than anybody else, but in general, people that are watching on Twitch aren't as focused on the content I am specifically making, right? So they might just find it randomly. Whereas the audience I have here on YouTube is watching literally because it's me and are, therefore, more likely to not cause a problem. So basically, it's just easier on my end to deal with, frankly. Okay. So we get a bunch of diamond dust, which is pretty handy later. We get clear purpose, which we're going to give to Ember. Clear purpose lets you heal without taking attacks of opportunity. which will replace her bracers we weren't even using to begin with. Because mage armor overwrites those bracers anyway. Alright, there we go. And now, we'll go quickly run through this quest. This quest is interesting the first time you do it, but after several, it kind of loses its luster.
I'm gone.
Okay, now we go to Dayron's room, say something else to get him out of here, and then we can do more stuff with Hawkblade to investigate what happened to his family. For him to walk over here. Hey, what's going on, Mel? Alright, so that pretty much wraps up Dayron's quest after we get through all this talking. We learn that Dayron is actually sort of possessed by something called the Other that is very strong and from a different plane. And he asks us not to tell Dayron about it until later, but that completes the quest and basically gives us a bunch of free experience. And then we can leave. Okay, so swap out Dayron for Ember again. Recruit some more troops. Don't really want to go too much lower than that, though. If you run into another army when you do like the speed up travel for these guys, they just kind of stop. It's annoying. Okay, so we'll do that, and then as soon as we get here, that'll start off Lost Chapel. So we're almost done there, and then I'm gonna rest real quick here. And then we're gonna head up here. We weren't gonna get a chance to rest before this started, which is the Lost Chapel stuff. Okay, now luckily, because of the party we're running, we get them back fairly quickly. Planning on trickstering Nura? Yeah, ideally. Because if you do that, it not only helps with the fight in Dresden, and it actually helps you with other fights later game too. So Iona is talking about the ambush that you get by the dragon in Act 3 that happens. Sometimes you can get a random encounter with that dragon. What I would suggest there is that in Act 3, people start running protection from energy communal fire, which will basically entirely mitigate that thing's fire breath, which is the most dangerous thing that it does. Thank you, Mel. I appreciate it. Said good luck. Which I think a decent amount of people will make it to Act 3. I don't like. I think Act 3 is where people are going to start falling off pretty hard. That's just a little guess. Because like the end of Act 3 and start of Act 4 is actually when combat starts getting a little more difficult for people. And I think for the ones that aren't as like experienced in those later acts, it'll start being a lot tougher.
Aha! A test of my abilities.
Yeah, Lunarea actually makes a good point. If you actually just wait to talk to Greybor until you're ready to do that dragon quest, it actually won't ambush you.
Beg me to stop.
It doesn't start ambushing you until later. Okay, we're going to turn on our Covenant before I forget about it, which is a free action, and then close to the heavens, that guy. This fight always annoys me because they make you do it with like 2 people. I missed every one of those attacks. Okay, we're gonna move up a little bit. Use close to the heavens. Killed him. Did I already finish the game? I've played through it before, yeah. Okay.
No match for me.
Nice. Cleaving shot killed both of them with 1 hit. Okay, take our 5-foot step and hit him. Which was a 1-shot. Nice. Then we can pick up Camellia. They took the weirdest route. Like, why did they not? That was so weird.
Trust you'll make a fine trophy.
Like, we're gonna be fine, but that was the worst pathfinding. Like, what was that? I've actually never seen it do that before.
I'll cut you wide open.
Okay, so we're gonna take our 5-foot step.
Don't hold back.
Kill this guy. And then Windu should be able to...
Kill is for you.
Yeah, we should do a good amount of damage anyway. We should be able to charge him and kill him with our pet, though. There we go. Basically mining allies for potions here. I mean, yeah, kind of. Okay. does that. Okay. So we're going to move up close and then use our last blast up close to the heavens. Because they like to start these fights very far away from your characters. Okay. Gotta move Windu up, which means she's not gonna get much of a turn. Then we get our animal companion. He could reasonably charge that distance, but he doesn't have a clear path.
The spirits demand your blood.
And there's Camellia gone. Or, Camellia killed something, rather. Oh, no. Oh, my God. I tried to click on him, but I missed the circle, and he just ran over there instead. That was dumb. Ugh.
Into the fray!
I'll rip you apart!
Is that one almost gone?
You are today's sacrifice!
Okay, hold on. We'll take our steps so we don't get hit, and then kill this thing, and that should be it. Yeah. Oh my God. Alright. Get that lesser phylactery, some scrolls, don't really need that one. Then talk to Nolkaneth over here. You can talk to him a bunch, but it doesn't make much of a difference. Then we head for our tent, and then we get sent off to Lost Chapel.
I do what I must.
Okay, and there's Lost Chapel. And we have to head out there immediately. We can think... No, it doesn't let us rest either. I wasn't sure if it would or not. Not that it makes much of a difference, but... pick up what we can, and then we will head off for Lost Chapel. Did Sela bite it there? No, Sela's fine. Our horse took death's door condition, but like that doesn't really matter as much because they even if they die, they res when you rest anyway. All right, Lost Chapel. So. Lucky for us, with the party we're running, we get all of our people back super fast. But depending on who you have with you, this can be more of a problem, like what team you're running. Because we get Sela, or Ember rather, back like literally just right here, so. And then we're already back at full strength. Once we grab Ember, we'll go ahead and, we'll turn turn-based off for this. Once we have Ember, we'll go ahead and buff everybody.
Do it my way.
accept Ember into our party. And that is everybody back.
Follow if you dare.
Soot is restless. I wonder why.
Okay, so we're gonna get everybody buffed up.
You are my favorite age.
A bright future. I'll prove
Okay. I'm gonna try to turn turn-based off until we get up to the chapel, because there's only a couple enemies here and there, and I really don't want to have the slowdown of turn-based. Plus, I'm gonna see how I feel after we clear this area. We may or may not do the siege today. Like, I kind of want to clear Act 2 today, but I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow as well. And I kind of told myself I'd wrap this up by 5, and it is already 4:30 where I am.
They will break against our resolve.
No match for me. They'll beg me to stop.
I hope you give me
Okay. Oh, Ninio's mage armor didn't go through. Sometimes I click a little too fast and they don't finish casting the first thing.
let me draw the first blood.
Somebody said it's 5:30 a.m. there, so you're fine. Okay, so here we run into Yaker. Here we run into Soseal. We don't use him, so we'll send him forward. Or back down to the foot of the hill, rather.
I'm off.
Save the last one for me.
Bunch of ghouls.
I'll tear your throat out.
Bunch more ghouls. This should be where Regil is right there. Which we'll send him back down as well, because we don't really need him with us at all. Here we see a little cut. No, that's not yet. We're actually not quite far uphill. Body's falling, of course. Then we can also get some stuff out of there. And then we get a little cutscene here in a second.
There's something here.
There's a mobility check that we literally cannot fail.
A trivial task.
Pays to have somebody with high mobility.
Quickens.
Wow, both of them used their attack on our main guy. That was funny. Okay. The Siege has to be the best war battle scenario I've seen in a CRPG. I don't think it's possible to make it so good, immersive, and still playable. Like, it has its faults. I won't say the Siege is perfect. Like, for instance, if you're trying to do turn-based in Siege, which we will not be doing in certain areas, there are parts of the map where you can still get hit by the catapults in real time, which is obviously a pretty big problem. Okay. Now we're going to turn turn-based on real quick and sneak. So we can kill this succubi over here. I think we should hit level 8 towards the end of this. You get a ton of experience for finishing off what's his name? Nulkaneth. Hold on, we gotta move out of stealth real quick. And then try extended range instead. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it's still not, because I have to get the power. Well, I can either take a bunch of burn or just not hit him, so. Which, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. We're just gonna take the burn. Because then I can activate Elemental Overflow anyway, which I really haven't been using. That cultist is annoying, so I like to kill him first, and then we can hit the succubi. I got hit by the siege splash in prison. Yeah, there's some problems with the catapults, which are annoying. Alright, Ember can use Burning Arc. Well, if she can make it up that far. No, she's not gonna be able to make it. Okay, R. Can he hit? Oh, that would have been so great if we could have charged the succubus. Because our Smilodon just killed 2 of them by himself. Okay. Alright, and then their turns get skipped because we surprised them. Zachary says he has a bug where he aggroed the archers on the wall in Dresden during one of the fights to defend the battering ram. Oh man, I bet that was a nightmare. Why Kineticist? It's one of the classes who benefit from turn-based the most, but turn-based slow game down a lot, and why not entire point of that challenge is speed. So first of all, if you look at the times, I am drastically ahead of people already in terms of time because I know exactly where all this stuff is.
This will hurt!
So time is never really a factor because, for starters, where you died is the first eliminating factor, of course. Then it's by quest completed if there was a tie. And then after that, it's time, actually spent. So time, for starters, really isn't a big deal. So being turn-based, I wouldn't even worry about that as far as the competition rules go, even though I am, honestly, still moving faster than a lot of people. But honestly, I just like kineticists, and I was correct in my assumption that no one else in the competition would be playing a kineticist, so I thought it would be fun to mix it up a little bit. Okay, and then we have this fight. This fight is annoying. Because if you don't position your people just right, and you're slightly on this hill, you can't charge in. Which can be frustrating.
Where do you want?
Okay. She still have mirror image active? I don't see any more mirror images. That's weird. Okay.
We should move.
Have our guy move up a little bit. We're gonna try. I doubt we'll get lucky enough, but if we can kill this cultist in one hit, it'll make our life a lot easier. Got a power. Now we missed. That sucks. Ah, we just had terrible rolls. Really, all that was. Okay, what is his will? Ah, he's got a decent will score. I don't think it might be difficult to actually hit him. No real spell resist, but gonna cast haste on everybody. I don't think I can charge from where I am. We'll move our pet in though. Ember. That guy has a really high will score, and I don't feel like Slumber is going to get it because it's a 18. There's a chance, but it's incredibly unlikely we'll be able to get this. Yeah, we'll save. Yeah, he saved a 30. Yeah, he rolled a perfect 20, so he would have had to roll a 4 or less. Okay. Camilla can charge in. Nice. Move him up as well there. Try to keep their main guy blocked in. Sela will just move up. There's a lot of Mad Dog, Blood Rager, Alchemist, Sohei was a popular one. You see Monk. Okay, and then second shot at this guy.
Don't hold back!
Because we surprised them, so we skipped their first turn. Which is why I usually try to start fights from stealth. So we hit him that time, and he's just about dead. So, depending on our luck here. Nice. Okay.
No match for me.
Come on. Okay, this should kill him. If I miss all 6 of these attacks, come on. All 6 of them. Beautiful. Doesn't have much for spell resist though, so that, yeah, so that should do it. What mythic path? We're gonna be going Azada. Alright, and then all of their little ghouls pop up. We'll try to get them off our main character.
The light, take you.
Okay, we're gonna step back so we don't get hit. I'm gonna try. I don't think I can. I might be able to extended range that Huntmaster because he's the only ranged one. So if I could kill him, that would be helpful. 62, and he still has health. Come on. All right. Can just magic missile the guy, really. Okay, and then Windu. We're just gonna let her take the attack of opportunity and leave her where she is, so she can. Yeah, there it is. Nice. Windu killed 4 people on her turn. Beautiful. Oh wait, hold on. I'm standing in front of a guy. Didn't see that guy there. 1 shot. Nice. And just gotta kill that stalker, and we'll be good.
I'll cut you wide open.
Nice. Got some unlucky rolls on that fight. That shouldn't have been as hard as it was. I mean, not that it was particularly difficult. Still, you know what I mean.
I'm gone.
Yeah. I'll be alternating a lot between turn-based and real-time with pause here and there, as people are mentioning that in the chat. Nice. Okay, so don't think I'm gonna be able to charge. Oh, I actually can't. I can attack Rathamet. I have just the perfect angle to charge these 2. Oh, of course it actually. Of course it bugged out. 'Cause why wouldn't it? All right, him. I'll just move in. Should be able to charge that creeper with Sela. And then we'll just move our horse up. We're trying to avoid that trap if possible. We don't want to set that off. And then these are undead, so they should all be immune to mind affecting. So we're just going to cast haste. And then kind of move Nenio out of the way. Then we'll move Windu in. Can't charge in anywhere with him. We'll move Ember in. She should be able to get a pretty decent Burning Arc cast off in here, but not right that turn. Okay, we're going to try to Blood Blast Rathamus. Nice. Turn the spect off. Yeah, you can get past the door, but sometimes it's still kind of buggy. If there's like people or like other party members in front of you, that type of thing. Sometimes it'll say you can do it, but it doesn't always work very well. Okay, then it's Ninio, and she will... I think she might actually be able to just kill him with magic missile. Beautiful. Okay, step that direction. Ember. There's not many left, but we'll try to burning arc this guy and see if it chains over to the creeper or the stalker. Nice. Oh, hit all three of them somehow. Didn't think I'd have the range for that. We're gonna have Camilla just step over and turn this trap off.
I am helpful, am I not?
So I can stop trying to play around it. Extended range. Stalker.
Into the fray.
Okay, there's that guy gone. Nice. And last but not least.
I'll rip you apart.
Beautiful. Okay. You gonna kill the Lich if you're not taking the path? No, not at all. What we're gonna do is side with the Lich, so he helps us kill Nolkaneth and makes that fight very easy.
It went splendidly.
Alright, we got an Amulet of Agile Fist there. That's pretty cool. Got a shield we don't really need. And... yeah. So, let's check out our ability scores here. We don't need Agile Fist on you. And honestly, we need to take yours off, because you get more out of strength now.
I am helpful.
Okay, got that there. And now we're going to go be nice to the Lich, so he helps us kill Nolkaneth. Nice, okay.
We do it my way.
Why'd I choose Kineticist for the last Azlanti? Because I knew nobody else was going to pick it, and I thought it would be fun. I'm a lot more comfortable playing Kineticist than most people are.
It's time to
I
act.
need the voice of the spirits. I hope you appreciate this.
Alright, then we got this stone golem in here.
With the shadows. I'm always ready. This will be quick.
Okay, we're not going to waste the spells on him. We'll just move her. Oh, wait, not that far. Oh, well.
The light take you.
You know what? This is going to take for a while. We're just going to turn-based off for this. There's one guy and there's 0 chance of us losing, so...
I took a cave slug for a foe.
Hold on, I'm answering some text messages. Okay. I didn't see you using recipe bonuses when resting in the first part of this challenge. Maybe you're too fast and I missed, or is there a reason? Yeah, I don't plan on using recipes at all. I don't really care. They fall off so fast in the map. It's not really worth the effort. Okay. So, gonna loot this room and then go to the other room, which no, we already did the other room. Sorry. Then we're gonna go talk to Zacharias.
I see something over there.
I'm off.
And some people will mention that you can fight Zacharias right here, which I would not recommend. Like, the dude can cast Finger of Death. Like, we're like level 7, guys.
I do what I must.
Oh wait, I think I went the wrong way. Whoops. There's one recipe that is super handy, a +3 all check moss. Yeah, I'm not really worried about it.
I'm gone.
Those recipes don't last long enough to really bother with. Especially on normal. Alright, we'll run over here and talk to Zacharias. Give him his wand. Say that we'll help him, and he runs off and he's going to help us kill Molkaneth. And if you don't pick the Lich Mythic path, he literally never comes up again.
My skills are absolute.
Now, hold on, we're gonna give that to. We're actually gonna give that imp to. God, I hate that. Camellia, so she can get the trickery bonuses and stuff from it. Okay. Now we're gonna get past this wall. We're gonna grab some items from back here.
We do it my way.
I actually need to. Is there elven notes in here? I don't remember. Yes, I didn't remember there being any elven notes over here.
Follow if you dare.
Okay. Yeah, we'll loot all the books and read them here in a minute. We're gonna get everything killed first, though.
What is that?
I am never wrong.
Wait, what am I doing? Wrong character.
Open your heart to me.
Oh, she set it off, you idiot. She, like, walked over the corner of it. Not that it did a ton of damage, but still annoying.
Rely on me.
Okay, and then there's at least one specter in here. Yeah, there's two.
The spirits demand your blood.
But that's okay, because if people remember, I brought restoration scrolls. And there's one more we have to fight on the other side here. Okay, and then that should be... Okay, yeah, more chests here. Okay.
What do we have here?
There's something
Right,
here.
that's right. Trap, and then trap.
I hope you appreciate this. I
am helpful.
Aren't those 1 minute long negative levels? Some of them are permanent, some of them aren't. I don't really care either way, to be honest. I have the scroll to get rid of them, and that's what I used it for. Money's not that big of a deal. There's a specter and a golem in here. I don't know. I don't think it'll let me attack him through the bookcase, because that would be absolutely hilarious.
I'm sure they mean us no harm.
Ha! It did. I was like, there's this gap here, so I wonder if that would work. And somehow I jibbed a ghost, by the way. That's hilarious.
You should have run!
Okay. What mythic path? We're taking,
I do what I must.
Azada. James says threaded the needle with that stop. Yeah, that was hilarious. I'm very surprised it let me do that. I've always had to walk around the corner. Some great meta magic wands and stuff.
I'm gone.
This great summoning item here, but there's a 10% chance for those summons to turn on you, which on a last Azlanti mode would not be cool. Okay, now we're gonna go loot the library, read all the books, and then get back to doing the things.
We do it my way.
Camilla just running in circles over there. Okay. And a couple more. Alright, I can never remember exactly which ones give the bonus, so I just loot all of them. And yeah, I gotta actually read each one. Noise and all right, nice. And we're up. Now we just got to make our way through the rest of the temple, fight Nulkaneth, get our second mythic level, and then clear the rest of Lost Chapel. Talk to Nura. We're going to get like right up until the siege, basically. And then that's likely where I'll end it, because I meant to try to be done by 5, and I think it's going to be a little later than that.
You are today's sacrifice.
Test of my abilities.
I found.
Don't you guys do it. Don't you do it. Don't set off that trap. I could have stopped them at any point, but I figured it would be more fun if I didn't. Okay. There's that trap disarmed.
Am I not?
I'm off.
There's that. Loot.
No
Alright,
reason
heal everybody
to
up real
pause.
quick. Camilla rather took some damage there. Okay, then we find Irabeth and a soldier next to her who does not make it.
for me.
However,
I'll
what
remove
are you
this
guys doing?
obstacle.
Like, get in the room. Jeez. If you haven't, like, if you didn't do the quest to go get Regil, Regil is hanging there next to her instead. Man, we froze up there for a second. I was like, oh god, tell me it didn't freeze. That would have been a nightmare.
Are we ready to move out?
Like, what in the world, Minia? Jeez. Alright.
I hope you appreciate this.
Okay. Gonna rebuff everybody. Some of our buffs fell off because we've been here for a little while.
We will win
It's
this
time
war.
to
On him anyway. Redo our Dex to Con bonus. Don't think I'm at a level where I can. Yeah, actually, I can't do that without burn yet. Okay, and then with the Lich's help, this should be pretty easy.
Planes.
Skip through most of the dialogue.
Hey! What?
Yeah, like it's not necessary. You could use Undeath to Death if you wanted to right here, which would be pretty handy, but it's not going to be necessary.
The inheritor. Guide
Oh, wait,
my
hold on.
blade.
Turn on our Covenant real quick. We get our second power, and it'll go down pretty fast.
So this is how it feels.
Ta-da! Alright, so no Canethodides. Camilla actually went down there, but it didn't really matter.
Damn. That power again. It's so strange. It doesn't seem like
Yeah, this is, like, if you use the Lich guy to help you out with this fight, it's very easy. And he has some cool stuff. His little combat arena. I get a low frame rate right here for some reason. We're gonna move everybody back over this way.
Well,
Alright, get everybody their levels. So this is our feat level, which gives us whenever we want. We could go point blank. I think what we're going to do is weapon focus kinetic blast. But mythic. So it'll double the bonus. And then we get the summon Spirit Paladin, which is honestly kind of ridiculous.
I'm always ready.
That Spirit Paladin is immune to a ton of attacks. Makes it very hard to kill. So we picked up Thundering Blows last time. This time we're going to pick up Destructive Shockwave. So even when she's missing, she'll be doing tons of damage, which I've always found kind of fun. And then for her, we're going to pick up there's no real wrong choice, to be honest. We could get this. Well, we wouldn't want Destructive Shockwave because that uses strength, but we could pick Piranha Strike. We could pick Weapon Finesse Mythic, which I think we're going to grab. Or we could grab Weapon Focus. I think we'll grab Focus just to give her a better chance to hit since she is using Piranha Strike already. And then for Winduag, we could give basically any of these would work. thinking we're going to go weapon focus as well, because sometimes she's not in 30 feet, so most of the time she is, but it shouldn't matter too much. Either or would be basically the same benefit. For Ninio, we're going to pick up Spell Penetration Mythic, which is going to give us even more spell pen with her, which is really what we want. We want to make sure that we're getting past spell resistance every time with her, is really what we're going for. And then next level, she's going to pick up the Improved Abundant Casting. That gives her extra spell levels at 4, 5, and 6 as well. Reading up chat real quick, talking about companions. Okay, Spell Penetration Mythic. Okay, and then for Ember, we're going to go the same thing, just because she's also using spells quite a bit. And then that got us pretty close to level 8, but we're still a ways away. So we're going to leave it in real time and try to...
I'm always open to ideas.
keep forging ahead here, but we're going to recast some of our spells up. Anytime there's a cutscene or anything, it turns off the Covenant all the time.
I am helpful, am I not?
A success worthy of praise.
Okay, and now we can head into the other parts of this area. Which will have some demons for us. Alright, so this first fight right at the foot of the hill, we're going to turn turn-based on for it, but it'll drop a quarterstaff that we're going to throw on Ninio called Blaze of Disaster, I think it is. That gives her free fireball casts, and she doesn't have a lot of offensive capabilities. Arguably, Ember would get more out of it being fire, however... Apparently my horse was an enemy I needed to fight. That's what that tooltip just said.
I'm sure they mean us no harm.
Okay.
Right?
Why am I doing prereq for early recruiting Aru but not recruiting her early? Because you still get experience. That's why. You still get the experience doing it, and there's also a bunch of items down here that are useful in general. So we need to kill this chieftain. He's our main concern here. Battle Spirit, and...
I'll cut you wide open.
They'll beg me to stop.
Okay. He's just about dead. Yeah, so she even though she missed, she still did a bunch of damage. That's why I like picking up those two abilities with her. Alright, so he likes to buff himself, and then some more enemies will join the fight. But we pretty much got this already, so... It's just a matter of hitting him like one more time. Tribe of one, yeah. How do you recruit Aru early? You have to do a little puzzle here in Lost Chapel, which will let you recruit her right at Dresden instead of having to wait until afterwards. So we're going to do that part, but we're not actually going to recruit her at all. Okay. And then, where am I at? Nice. Okay. So he drops an Amulet of Mighty Fist, which is very good for an animal companion. Can also throw a cape on both of them. Can actually throw bracers on him since he's not using armor. Normally I wouldn't do that, but here we can. We also got a Belt of Constitution, which I could give to Sela, but she's already getting Constitution from her armor, and if I gave it to her, she wouldn't actually benefit from it. So we're going to give it to an animal companion instead because they can wear belts. And that should just about do it for upgrades, but we are going to rest real quick.
I'm gone.
Because we're running out of our good stuff. And also Ninio is apparently overloaded with that. So,
You require my unbiased opinion?
that quarterstaff gives us a fireball spell, which I would argue is probably better used for Ember, because of course her fire spells and everything, but she doesn't get a ton of offensive spells and everything with the build we're using, so I find that staff to be pretty helpful. Okay. Now it's the last rest I'm going to be able to take here without getting corruption, so we're going to try to avoid that. But we needed to rebuff everybody, which required a rest. And I kind of wanted to take some of the burn off of our kineticist because honestly, that build is not designed to be at max burn. And some of the enemies we're about to come up against
Their logic is lacking.
are not a good time. We're going to turn turn-based off for some of this and use it for other parts. It kind of varies over here. So yeah, really what we're after down here is a few different items that you can find and the experience basically. Like this part right here is optional. You don't need to do this at all.
Follow if you dare.
I won't let you hurt my friends.
Yeah, Elemental Engine can be very good damage-wise. They're not my favorite kineticists, period, but damage-wise, they are incredibly good on a class that is already very good damage. Like we just crit for 102 right there, and that wasn't even an energy blast or anything.
I'm off.
So to recruit Aru early, all you got to do is bring several items to this altar and then click on it in the correct order.
The spirits demand your blood.
Beautiful. Alright. Once we get up here around the corner, we'll need to turn turn-base back on because we're going to be fighting some stronger demons. Not this gargoyle, mind you, but there's some succubi, as well as there's a dimidand up here. There's a Nabasu. Wow, okay. In core, there's a stringy dimidand up there. Yeah, is it just core? I know there's a dimidand up here. I don't remember. I think it still spawns on normal. I could be wrong. Okay, there's the succubi.
I'm always ready.
There's a few more over there as well. I don't think we have the sight to see them though. I could have swore there was at least one more. Might be in stealth. Now, what is the... Yeah, we got a decent chance of this working. Oh, we can't actually get far enough ahead. Never mind.
Into the fray! Did I mess up again?
Appreciate it, Lunarea. Have a great day. Alright, so we can charge. Oh wow, we crit that Camilla critter for half her life. That was unexpected. Well, she got Camilla with a negative level, and then she got an attack of opportunity to the face that murdered her. Alright, now we're going to explore this part and then come back down and do the harder fights. Okay.
I was never good
I'll
at
take care
stealth,
of it.
but I'll try.
This will hurt.
I will fight.
Nice.
I do what I must.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
She's still in stealth. Oh yeah. I popped everybody out of stealth, but for some reason it left her in. It's not I had her toggled. Okay, so pop down. Oh, we failed the check. Don't think we took any damage though. We can grab this stuff, which is basically nothing. Alright, then we can do... There's a couple of hard fights right there, and then we get to go into a cave with some easier fights, but... good loot. Who am I supposed to... Oh yeah, that's at the...
We do it my
That resolved at the end of this map. I was like, I've never seen that update before. Okay. Almost done with the Lost Chapel. And turn turn-based back on real quick, and...
Are we playing hide and seek now?
Yeah, that Dimidand is like right up here if you kill these succubi, if I recall.
It's time to act.
Which we should be more than capable of killing it, but...
We are the light. They are the darkness.
close where she can hit next turn. Probably, yeah, we can make that charge right there. And then, same thing, move Windu as far as she can go. Ninio, these guys are susceptible to Phantasmal, but I don't think we can actually reach this turn, so we'll have to move up. And charge. Have a Smite Evil, and then leave her there. Okay. Yeah, even with extended... Now we can hit that one closest to us. Range is important. They're definitely not going to involve an elevator. Oh wow, we did 55 damage to that guy and killed him when I wasn't even looking at the screen. Okay. Then we charge. So our Smilodon is going to be like an absolute incubi murderer. I don't know, like something about their armor class and that Smilodon. He hits them almost every time.
You are today's sacrifice.
Yeah, there it is. I was like, I'm pretty sure once you kill all those guys, that Dimodan shows up. Okay. So, she's not going to charge, because I want the Smilodon to do it, and if I charge, she's going to get in the way. So she's going to activate Battle Spirit, and then move forward. Then we're going to activate... Am I close enough? Yeah, I should be able to hit her with extended range. Oh no, I only get the one action, so I'm not going to be able to hit her this round anyway. We'll move a little closer, though, and then we're going to charge with our Smilodon, who did about 40% of her health right there. Ninio will... It's a little high for us. I don't think we could get a Phantasmal through, unfortunately. But... not immune to magic missiles, which is always a decent amount of damage for very little health. Crit for 44, nice. Now we're gonna Smite Evil here, and walk forward. Bolts. Now we're gonna bring Camilla in. Nice. Got an 80 damage kinetic blast, and that leveled us up. So yeah, that Dimodan didn't even get to hit us once. Okay, and now we're going to level everybody up real quick before we fight the Nabasu up here. More dex. For this feat, I think we're going to pick up Kinetic Restoration. No, we'll go Kinetic Healer, because Blood Kineticist gets a infusion at level 11 that actually synergizes with Kinetic Healer. So we're going to pick that up.
My skills are absolute.
Plus, it's an easy way to stack burn if you need it. Oh, hold on, guys. Okay, Paladin. Just gonna go strength with her at this point. Skills. She gets a Aura Resolve from being a Paladin. Alright. We're gonna put 1 point in Charisma just to give her the bonus from that, and then everything after that we're gonna throw into Dex. For Hex, I could do Protective Luck, but kind of want to pick up Battle Ward because that's more like that's her spirit thing and more for her. So I'm not really trying to metagame. I'm trying to use what's appropriate. But weapon specialization, rapier. This is an extra feat that she gets from her shaman spirit, by the way, in case you're wondering why we get to choose this.
Open your heart to me.
A bright future awaits
Spellbook.
us.
She gets... Alright, we're going to pick up Aura of Greater Courage. And for her level, we're going to pick up... This can be situationally useful. Dismissal. Because it, like, while you're here on Galerion, you can get rid of some demons with it. But I think we're going to pick up another cast of Stone Skin. And then for 3... Wait, does she have protection from energy yet? Oh yeah, no. We're going to pick up... We're going to need this. Protection from energy communal is key in Act 3. There's a couple fights where that is a very big deal. Okay, and then... For this extra cast, we'll pick up Remove Curse. That can be useful. And then should be good everywhere else. Nice. Okay, level up for Wendy. Always more dex. And she gets more spells. Not that we can use any of them right now because she doesn't have a very high wisdom score, but eventually she'll get like a helmet or something that'll help us out there. Really the only thing we want from her ranger spells are the self buffs anyway. We're not really concerned about most of what that list has to offer. Okay, and then here... This particular one is kind of just anything that helps us out. I think we're gonna go these two, because like we're not actually going to be using these spells a ton. This is just what she's learning anyway, and we've learned most of what we needed from scrolls already.
Anything new?
I don't think we got anything new because we already learned them all earlier. Do you actually need to change her spell stuff up real quick? Ember gets charisma. For her hex, we picked up Protective Luck there, and then we're going to pick up Cackle, which will help us later. Truthfully, we won't need that very often, but occasionally it will come up. For her level 4 spells, we're going to pick up Volcanic Storm.
Trust in yourself.
Okay, and then we got to level up our animal companions. Oh, should be strength for you. And it's actually going to be strength for our Smilodon as well. We want one more. We need 15 in strength. And they get a bunch of bonuses from just being a level. So I have to have a base 15 of strength to pick up a feat that I want. Okay. Alright, then we gotta do Ninio's Spellbook and we should be good to go. Which is just gonna be another Phantasmal Killer. This is why it didn't really matter what spells we were gonna use. I already knew what I was using her spell slots for. And I like to give her a little more displacement, a little more of that. We have Dispel Magic through Ember, so we don't need that one. And we're good everywhere else. Alright.
You need me.
Okay, we're gonna turn turn-based off and we're gonna kill these ghouls.
Do not waste her.
Oh. So, Thinking Ape's asking what the last Azlanti competition is. It is a competition held by Owlcat Games, who of course made the game. And it's just a competition between like streamers and stuff to see who can get the farthest on last Azlanti on normal. Okay, there's more ghouls. Okay, and here's where we need turn base for this Nabasu.
Tear your throat out.
I could probably do it in real time, but I like to be safe with these guys.
Am I at my limit?
Just regular that one should be fine. Missed. That sucks. Alright, what is the saves on this guy? 17. Yeah, it's a named enemy, so we're not going to have great saves on that. We're going to haste everybody. Another attack with Windu. She's got Demon Slayer, so she's our best chance to really push damage through on this guy. Okay. Hold on, I gotta sort out her stuff real quick. She gets just a ton of spells and things. It can be difficult to keep them all properly moved around. Okay, and Protective Luck. Now she's getting kind of low on health, but we are going to risk it because this guy's pretty close to dead. Yeah, there it is. Still going nice. Yeah, Singha, we're about to wrap up, though. I'm going to finish this area, which we're almost done in, and then we'll be done very soon after. Okay, so that guy drops big game gloves, which will be useful for us later. We can't make use of it right now, but eventually Demon Slayer is going to give us Quarry, which will allow us to use Quarry and thus gain the effect from these big game gloves, which gives a targeted enemy minus to their AC and they become sickened whenever we announce, oh whoops, wrong person. Whenever we announce Quarry. Heal up Windu a bit. Yeah, he's not, like, I don't use Grey Boar, though, so we're not going to be, like, he has Quarry, but we're not going to benefit from it, because I'm not going to be using him outside of when it's absolutely necessary. And when we do get to him, we'll probably swap out Ember rather than anybody else. So this annoys me. Like, sometimes you'll see where I clearly have a negative level, but it's not actually showing it on the status things, but you still have to go cure that with like a restoration scroll. That can get frustrating. And then going to use the last one we have on her because she's got -2. But we'll be able to fix that soon. It's not going to affect these last few fights in here anyway. I've noticed that bug a couple times where you'll just like randomly get negative levels even though it's not telling you you have a negative level. It's usually when you fight like a Nabasu or something that would give you one, so it makes sense that you would get it, but still. Alright, all that's in here is a bunch of gargoyles, so we're going to leave turn-based off and just slaughter these guys. Somehow I didn't aggro that guy? That was weird.
I'm off. I am never wrong.
They will break against our resolve.
Beautiful. Yeah, you probably do heal. Offhand, I don't remember, but we'll have to rest and everything after this anyway. On normal, they might heal after a rest. I usually play on core, and you have to go heal them with a scroll. There's our book. There's an awesome piece of armor that I don't think anybody can use, ironically enough. Well, we could use it, but we get more of a dex bonus from what we're wearing, so... Even more.
I'm gone.
Okay, and I think that should be, if we were actually getting everything, that should be, yeah, the harp, the sextant, and the book. I don't think you actually put the book on the altar, but the other thing should already be on the altar, which is like a scroll or something. All right, and then we'll put that up, but that just leads back up top. But we're gonna go use the altar first. But at this point, everything is dead, so it's pretty much good to go. Sometimes stuff like that'll happen. Okay, and then we gotta come back around to the Shrine of Desna, which is somewhere in this area. Yeah, there it is. Wait for them to come back around here. So we're about to wrap up. All I've got to do is do this little thing with the shrine, go back and talk to Anivia at the little camp over here, which clears Lost Chapel, go do the stuff in camp where I basically accuse Nura and get her on my side actually, and then afterwards we will handle inventory stuff and then save and call it a day. So we click on the altar, add the Desna stuff. I don't think you need to put the book on there. Oh man, what is it? Ah, crap. I have this written down, hold on. I always forget what the order is here. Where is it? Oh, it's so easy. What is it? It's... I can never remember. Left, right, middle, left. I don't know, I'm sorry. I keep thinking it's left, but it starts with middle. I found it. Hold on. Middle, right, left, middle. There we go. I always forget what it is.
I hear your voice, but
Alright, and that lets you recruit Aru at the temple rather than, or the prison in Dresden, rather than have to do anything special. So now we just have to go talk to Anivia at the entrance, and we'll wrap that up. Okay. There's an easy way back up the foothills and everything over here. Why not pick up the magic throwing axe from the shrine? Honestly, because I forgot it was there and nobody uses throwing axe. My next stream will be tomorrow. Probably around noon. Kind of just depends. But I'll be streaming more of this tomorrow as well. Okay, and then we head back to here. See you, Singha. Normally this kind of stuff I'd do off stream because it's tedious, but I have to stream every bit of this. So even though I'm about to wrap up, I actually literally, for the competition, do have to do this on stream. So, noon where? Central Standard Time. CST. There's that. Then we talk to Anivia. She tells us Woljif ran off. We get some more experience. Alright, and then there's that. Okay. Alright, now all we have to do to clear Dresden is take out this fort and then literally just go to Dresden. But before we do that, we have to handle some stuff in camp. Namely, we need to accuse Nura of being a traitor after we search her tent. Okay, so this is Nura's tent over here. We can talk to her, but first we need to pass that perception check to find that. We need to accuse her of sticking the Vescavors on us, as well as the stuff with the gargoyles, and then we can accuse her of being a traitor. Which, if we've done both of those things, she'll cop to, and then we can use the Trickster Mythic Path option to make her side with us. Which makes some stuff in Dresden a little easier at the very end. But then late game, if you don't kill Nura in Dresden still, she can help you out again. Yeah, I have like a decent amount of my audience is not at like anywhere near on my time zone, like really the other side of the world. So usually I remember to give my time zone. But there's the stuff with Nura. Yeah, so you have to, Baraz, you have to find the perfume in her tent after the Vescavor thing, and then also during the attack on your camp, you have to go like a little to the right of the commander's tent over here and catch her with a bottle of alchemist fire. You have to do all of that before you can accuse her. Now we handle this part. So that's outlived its usefulness. That's gone. We don't need these breastplates. We don't have a bard. That's a lesser, and we already have a better one. Nobody we have is going to use kukris. That's a great sword, but nobody's using elven curved blades. Don't need that hand axe. Need to hold on to radiance, because once it gets upgraded, we'll use it. We're holding on to that axe for Grey Boar. Honorable Judgment. I mean, if we were going to give it to Regil, it might be useful, but we're probably not going to be using that much. Nobody uses the flail. Don't need the agile fists. We'll keep these just in case something props up. Can sell all of these books, because we already read all of them. Got a couple of things that I could also throw. We can toss Hasila's orders. That's from the prologue. Sell the meteor dust. Can sell the strange perfume, because that was from Nura's thing that we just did. Sell some of this junk. Get some of these scrolls out of our inventory. We'll keep the undeath to death just in case. Banish we can get rid of. Positive energies, whatever. Light wounds. Don't need it. Shattering blast. We have somebody who can cast that, so. Alright, nice. Yeah, see, we already have like 90k and we haven't even made it to Dresden. People worrying about money earlier in the thing. Like, I know you can hit spacebar to do it. I just, like, it's a habit. Like, I do things a certain way and then you kind of, it becomes muscle memory and I do it without thinking about it. Oh, okay, so. Don't really need anything from him. Woljif is gone, so we can't use him as a vendor anymore, but we can. Hold on, I'll rest first, and then I'll see if that clears anything, because we're on normal, and I keep forgetting this is not core, and I don't have to cure everything with the scroll every time.
I haven't made a confession for a long
Even though
time.
having some of them is still useful. Okay, so let's see if that, yeah, so that cleared our negative levels, because we're on normal. Okay, nice. Alright, and then, before we officially wrap this up, I am going to go, I still like to have certain scrolls around, just because it's easier to cure them than have to like find somewhere to rest. Thing with Ember there. Have they patched it so you can't hit collect all when leaving, even if you would take, even if it would take you over? Offhand, I have no idea. I leave a ton of loot behind when I play personally. As many people like to comment on, because I don't try to sell everything.
I do what I must.
But alright, and then that should be, yeah, everything we can do really. Okay. So we're going to talk to this potions guy, and then we're going to call it. Oh. Alright. Glowing croissant. Raised dead. We're going to buy that. We're going to give that to Camellia for the extra trickery checks. I don't want her failing anything. Because anything she fails is basically something that's going to hurt. We'll hold on to that rod for now. Sell some more of this junk. Alright guys, that is where we are going to call it. Made a ton of progress. Next stream we're going to do Siege of Dresden and then start Act 3 and kind of see where we get to, but moving right along. Honestly, just chugging right through this content. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. If you did, like, comment, subscribe, all that stuff. Actually, honestly, even on the video on demand stuff, that is super helpful. I'll see you guys. May you wander in wisdom and have an amazing day.